LoveLore Library. Chapter 842. Bang! Yunxing's magic scepter was hit by a snowstorm and fell to the ground. Blue, who was practicing with Yunxing, stopped her magic and looked displeased. Yunxing, don't get distracted when practicing magic. After being lectured by Blue, Yunxing touched her nose awkwardly. She was indeed a little distracted. How many times had she been distracted today? Ever since she came back from Taiyuan, Blue realized that she had become a saint-level mage king. She suggested that she would like to practice magic with Yunxing in the future. The dark gold rank teacher did not have any objections. In the first place, magic was something that could only be learned and improved through constant sparring sessions. After Dong Huangling left, Yunxing had been practicing magic alone. With Blue's suggestion, it solved the problem of the dark gold rank teacher. From then on, Yunxing began to spar with senior sister Lan. Only after practicing with Blue did Yunxing understand how scary sister Lan was. After Lu Tongtian's death, Blue became the number 1 on the magic rankings. As for Li Xiao, his reputation in Taiyuan City was ruined and he left the mainland's magic elite camp. Yunxing's performance in Taiyuan Mountain and her own improvement made her into the top 5 on the magic rankings. But even so, Yunxing was still easily defeated by Blue. Blue's magic skills were much better than Yunxing's. Forget it, I won't practice today. Lan saw that Yunxing was absent-minded and felt bored, so he simply let Yunxing go. Yunxing hurriedly returned to her residence. There were already 2 letters waiting for her at the dark gold rank teacher's place. One was a letter from her second uncle, Yun Songlong. In the letter, Yun Songlong knew about what happened in Taiyuan Mountain and had already passed the news to Yun Ba. The father and son had already gone to Mount Taiyuan for an inspection. After the inspection, Yun Ba was full of praise for Mount Taiyuan. Not only that, Yun Ba, who had spent his entire life charging and breaking through enemy lines on the battlefield, had even declared that he would turn Mount Taiyuan into a military fortress, where not even a mosquito could fly in. As a matter of fact, the old man was already busy setting up defenses. After reading second uncle's letter, Yunxing smiled knowingly. As long as Grandpa was happy, she would be happy for him to do it. Having been in the Wuji continent for so many years, Yunxing had already thoroughly regarded the group of people in the Yun residence as her own family. However, when she read the second letter, Yunxing's face became more serious. The letter was from Heaven's Winged Jade. After separating from Tianyi Jade in Taiyuan City, Yunxing entrusted Tianyi Jade with several tasks. Tianyi Jade had experience in managing Tianyi City. Thus, Yunxing entrusted her with some matters regarding the construction of the city. Tianyi Jade sent people to tidy up Taiyuan City. The city lord palace that Yunxing mentioned was also tidied up. However, she did not find the divine magic bracelet. Not being able to find the divine magic bracelet was one thing, but there was another thing that made Yunxing somewhat worried. Tianyi Jade mentioned in her heart that she had found a medicinal herb a few days ago. It was said that it was very beneficial for recovering memories. Thus, she entrusted Zhou Qing's people to deliver it to Gufeng and Dong Huangling. However, to her surprise, Gufeng and Dong Huangling were not in the town. The door of the medical center that they ran was tightly shut, and there was no one in the residence. When she asked the neighbors, they also said that they did not know where Gufeng and Linger had gone. Yunxing remembered that in the previous letter, Gufeng also said that he and Linger liked the town that they were living in. After Linger arrived in the town, her condition had stabilized a lot. He planned to stay in the town for a long time. However, why did Gufeng leave for no reason? He did not even send a letter. Yunxing was somewhat worried. She originally planned to discuss it with Qi, but it just so happened that Qi had gone out to catch snakes for mentor Shi Huang. Yunxing did not find them, and her heart was still uneasy. Her intuition had always been very accurate. She kept feeling that Gu Feng and Linger's disappearance was unusual. Just at this moment, Yi Baiming came looking for her. You want to return to Zhou State? Yunxing found it strange that Yi Baiming suddenly wanted to return home. Yi Baiming and Zhou State's emperor did not have a good relationship. After coming to the mainland's warrior elite camp, Yi Baiming had never returned to Zhou State. Qingbai's family has arranged a marriage for him. The wedding is set for 5 days later. He invited me to go back. Yi Baiming had a cold personality. The only two people that he was close to were Qingbai and Bu Jiuxiao. He still wanted to attend Qingbai's wedding. His purpose of looking for Yunxing was to bring Yunxing back with him. In Qingbai's invitation, he also invited Yunxing to attend the ceremony. Qingbai's invitation was not that simple. Qingbai and Yi Baiming were childhood friends. The two of them were about the same age. Qingbai was already married. How far could Yi Baiming be? In the past, Yi Baiming did not have a sweetheart, so it was fine if it was Qingbai. However, ever since Yi Baiming met Yunxing and became her fiancé, Qingbai had always thought that he would be able to drink Yunxing and Yi Baiming's wedding wine very soon. Who would have thought that there was no news of Yi Baiming and Yunxing at all? Earlier, when Qingbai was at Taiyuan Mountain, when he saw the way Yi Baiming and Yunxing got along, he became anxious. If this continued, his grandson would be able to eat soy sauce. Chapter 843. He would never forget that magic scepter. It was the magic scepter that Yunxing made for Gu Feng. To a mage, the magic scepter was their life. As long as they were alive, the magic scepter would be there. Since the magic scepter was left here, it meant that something had happened to Gu Feng. Under the broken magic scepter, there was a line of words on the counter: Eastern Capital awaits your arrival. Those words were written with finger force. They were deeply engraved and had a domineering aura. De Guxiu. He was the one who captured Ling Er and Gu Feng. Yunxing bit her lips and stared at those words. In the Eastern Duqian prison. In the damp prison, there was a bright flame and a dying man. Gu Feng was hung upside down. His face and body were full of injuries. Opposite him, De Guxiu was sitting on a luxurious chair surrounded by a group of blood iron warriors. His hair was like fire and his eyes were like a wolf. However, he still did not give in. De Guxiu, you despicable thing. Bang! A blood iron warrior punched Gu Feng. Gu Feng felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. A bone pierced through his abdomen. Gu Feng did not cry out in pain. He had been beaten like this for 3 days and 3 nights. He was already numb to the same wounds and the same pain. Gu Feng's magic power was exhausted. For 3 days and 3 nights, these people did not give him any food or water. Even so, his eyes were still filled with hatred. You are not a man of your words. Gu Feng was filled with hatred. He withstood De Guxiu's 10 punches. That day, Gu Feng did not hesitate to use the life-burning spell to block De Guxiu's 10 punches at the last moment. He thought that he could leave with Dong Huangling, but who knew? Gu Feng, you better remember this clearly. This crown prince will let you go. Dong Huangling came back to the eastern capital by herself. Maybe you don't know your woman well enough. When she was an idiot, she could still live with you. But after she became an ordinary person, she was not willing to live with you anymore. De Guxiu walked forward and patted the wound on Gu Feng's shoulder. Gu Feng's face turned even paler, but he did not make a sound. De Guxiu's eyes were filled with admiration. Even though they were enemies, De Guxiu admired Gu Feng. Gu Feng was the second man that De Guxiu had praised. The first was Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming's strength was enough to make Duga Xiu look at him in a new light. As for Gu Feng, it was because of his stubbornness, or rather, his feelings for Dong Huangling. Gu Feng had exceeded everyone's expectations. That day in the medical center, Gu Feng agreed to Duga Xiu's request. A light mage was actually able to withstand 10 of his punches. Duga Xiu admitted that he didn't go too hard on him out of consideration for Yunxing. That was because he knew that this light mage and Yunxing were childhood friends. If he really killed him, he was afraid that Yunxing would fight him to the death. However, when it came to the 9th punch, especially the final punch, Duga Xiu had used his true strength. He even used a part of the power of the halberd of the divine battle god. Even if he couldn't kill Gu Feng, it would definitely be enough to severely injure him and make him faint. The violent fighting energy transformed into countless fist shadows, attacking the ball of light from all directions. The ball of light was directly shattered. Even the magic scepter in Gu Feng's hand was broken. At the last moment, Gu Feng disregarded everything and used the high-level spell that he had learned in the Great Magic Forest, the Life-Burning spell. He used a part of his life force to obtain a second chance to use the ball of light. Another burst of magic power burst out from his body and blocked Duga Xiu's fatal attack. After taking that punch, Gu Feng spat out blood and fell to the ground. He couldn't even stand up. However, he was still alive. While Dong Huangling was crying, he slowly got up and walked towards Dong Huangling. At that moment, Gu Feng's knees had already turned to jelly. However, he still resolutely walked towards Dong Huangling, leaving bloody footprints behind. At that moment, this ordinary-looking man exuded a strange aura that made people raise their eyebrows. Even Madame Qi Bai couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration. He was a man. Gu Feng was a real man. Under Duga Xiu's instructions, they let Dong Huangling and Gu Feng go. However, Gu Feng's magic scepter was left in the medical center. Duga Xiu admired people with a strong backbone. Therefore, he didn't kill Gu Feng. He also followed the agreement and let them go. However, if Gu Feng thought that Duga Xiu would let them go, he was gravely mistaken. Shameless. That's because you used the lives of Ling Er's brother and mother to threaten Ling Er. Gu Feng couldn't wait to eat Duga Xiu alive. Tisk, tsk. Gu Feng, should I say that you're stupid or brainless? Don't forget that it was Dong Huangling who came back to the eastern capital. She abandoned you and chose to return to the eastern capital to be her princess. Duga Xiu was a lone wolf. He didn't do things according to logic. He was cruel and ruthless. If he wanted to unite with the eastern capital through marriage, no one could stop him. That day, perhaps because she was stimulated by Gu Feng's injuries, Dong Huangling, who had been muddle-headed, actually recovered her memories the next day. Seeing that Gu Feng was on his last breath, Dong Huangling's heart ached. She didn't leave Gu Feng's side at all. She personally brewed medicine and guarded Gu Feng day and night. After 2 days, Gu Feng relied on his powerful vitality to survive. However, on the 3rd day, Dong Huangling went out and didn't return. Gu Feng was worried about Ling Er's whereabouts. Dragging his sick body, he searched for her. However, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find Dong Huangling. That was until he received news that the eastern capital's princess, Dong Huangling, had recovered. She was going to later Qin to marry Duga Xiu. Gu Feng rushed through the night and arrived in the eastern capital. But this time, things didn't go so smoothly. He couldn't even enter the eastern capital's imperial palace. He was captured by Duga Xiu's Iron Blood Guards and thrown into the prison. Gu Feng had always thought that Duga Xiu had used a scheme to capture Ling Er. Only now did he know that Dong Huangling had returned by herself. You're lying. It's impossible for Ling-er to return by herself. Compared to the pain in his body, Gu Feng's heart was in more pain. Whether you believe it or not, let her tell you herself. Du Guxiu glanced at the prison's entrance. The prison's door was opened. Dong Huang Ling-er walked in. She was alone. Her appearance was incomparably exquisite. Her pomegranate red dress made her look even more beautiful than a flower. Her face didn't have the slightest trace of being tortured or forced. She also didn't have any disguise. She was Dong Huang Ling-er. Ling-er, are you all right? You. Gu Feng didn't know what to ask. He didn't know this Dong Huang Ling-er. I'm fine. Gu Feng, what the Crown Prince said is correct. I came back willingly. I don't want to live a simple life with you anymore. Just give up. Coldness and disgust appeared in Dong Huang Ling-er's eyes. Chapter 844. Du Guxiu's fist was unable to defeat Gu Feng. However, Dong Huang Ling-er's words were like a sharp sword, causing Gu Feng's mind to go blank. Ling-er, you're lying to me. Gu Feng muttered. Gu Feng, if I follow you, I can only be a commoner. If I marry Du Guxiu, I can become the future Empress of later Qin. Disdain appeared on Dong Huang Ling-er's pretty face, stabbing Gu Feng again and again. She wasn't even willing to look at Gu Feng. She turned around, leaving him with a heartless back view. Ling-er, have you ever liked me? Gu Feng closed his eyes, trying his best not to let his tears fall down. Once upon a time, he thought that Ling-er liked him. The first time they met, she snatched his cup of water. Countless times, she despised him for being stupid. When she lost her memories, she was like a child learning how to speak. When she opened her mouth, she called out Gu Feng for the first time. She clumsily brewed medicine for him. In the end, all of this was nothing compared to the throne of later Qin's Empress. Gu Feng, you're very foolish. For a woman like me, you gave up your identity as a light magician. It's not worth it. Forget about me and return to the continent's magic elite camp. Become a great light magician. Dong Huang Ling-er's tone was ice cold. She flung her sleeve and walked out of the prison. From the beginning to the end, Du Guxiu watched coldly from the side, as if he was watching a show. Now, you should believe me. Seeing that the continent's magic elite camp is in alliance with later Qin, this crown prince will let you off. After you leave, you might be able to make it in time for Dong Huang Ling-er's marriage. Seeing Gu Feng's deathly pale face, Du Guxiu knew that Dong Huang Ling-er's words had completely hurt Gu Feng. To a magician, physical injuries were far less fatal than mental injuries. After Dong Huang Ling-er walked out of the prison, the tears that she had been holding back for a long time couldn't help but roll down her face. Gu Feng, you must be well. In this life, I owe you. Dong Huang Ling-er said bitterly. A few days ago, when she was on her way to the medical hall to get medicine, she met Madame Qi Bai. Originally, Dong Huang Ling-er didn't want to talk too much with Madame Qi Bai. However, Madame Qi Bai gave Dong Huang Ling-er a memory crystal ball. The crystal ball recorded the daily life of the Eastern Emperor, Dong Huang Tianqi, in the Eastern capital. In just a few months, the Emperor of the East capital had turned from a handsome young man into an idiot with drooling mouth and dull eyes. If it wasn't for Madame Qi Bai telling Dong Huang Ling-er might have also recognized her elder brother. The moment Dong Huang Ling-er saw Dong Huang Tianqi, the kinship within her was awakened. Madame Qi Bai chuckled, "Princess, look, this is the consequence of disobeying His Highness the Crown Prince. In your elder brother's body, the soul snake is slowly devouring his consciousness. Before long, even walking would be a problem for him. When your mother saw her son become like this, she couldn't take it anymore and wanted to commit suicide. Fortunately, I saved her. Qi Bai, you will die a horrible death. Dong Huangling's eyes were filled with hatred. The memories of the past, the pain that she had suffered, and the things that she had deliberately forgotten all came flooding back. Ever since the previous emperor of the East capital was assassinated, the royal bloodline of the Eastern capital withered. Only Dong Huangling and Dong Huang Tianqi were left. Ever since Dong Huang Tianqi was young, he had always doted on his younger sister, Dong Huangling, who was 2 years younger than him. Even the bones of demonic beasts that Dong Huangling used to make her magic scepter were obtained by Dong Huang Tianqi when he secretly went to catch demonic beasts with Dong Huangling. Who would have thought that during that trip, they would be attacked by bandits? In order to protect Dong Huangling, Dong Huang Tianqi was heavily injured. When the imperial guards found them, Dong Huang Tianqi was already unconscious. After the two of them were rescued and brought back to the eastern capital, Dong Huang Tianqi's body wasn't very good. His magic cultivation also didn't improve. Since then, Dong Huangling swore that she would protect her elder brother. Therefore, she secretly left the eastern capital and went to the continent's magic elite camp. She wanted to become the most powerful female mage in the eastern capital and be able to protect her elder brother and mother. However, all of her dreams were now shattered by the cruel reality. Princess, you only have 2 paths now. You can either marry the crown prince or continue to live a carefree life. As the saying goes, loyalty and filial piety are difficult to achieve. I want to see whether your mother is more important or Gu Feng is more important. Madame Qi Bai's threat was very effective. After struggling in her heart, Dong Huangling returned to the eastern capital. In order to make Gu Feng give up, she did what she did today. After Gu Feng was released, Dong Huangling stood on the balcony of the eastern capital and watched as he walked away. Only when the last rays of the setting sun were swallowed by the darkness did she drag her feet back to the imperial palace with difficulty. Dong Huangling came to her elder brother Dong Huang Tianqi's bedroom. Empress Dowager Situ was sitting in front of the bed, wiping her tears. In just a few months, this graceful and luxurious woman had undergone a shocking change. She quickly grew old, and now, her hair was white, like an old woman. Mother. Dong Huangling knelt down in front of Empress Dowager Situ. Ling why did you come back? Since you left, why did you come back? Empress Dowager Situ hugged Dong Huangling and cried bitterly. She was once selfish and used a lie to trick her daughter into coming back. However, after knowing Duga Xiu's intentions, she was not willing to let her only daughter jump into the fire pit again. Although Empress Dowager Situ was controlled by Qi Bai, she did not consume the soul snake egg. Therefore, after being unconscious for a while, she gradually recovered. However, she did not expect that her son and daughter would be destroyed to such a state. Mother, it's just getting married. Ling is not afraid. Don't worry, I will go and find Duga Xiu and ask him to find the best imperial physician for elder brother. Dong Huangling forced a smile and wiped away Empress Dowager Situ's tears. Dong Huangling stood up with a beautiful smile on her face. Empress Dowager Situ had never seen such a smile before. Empress Dowager Situ seemed to have sensed something and wanted to stop Dong Huangling. However, Dong Huangling shook her head and quickly walked away. At night, Duga Xiu was in the imperial study room of the eastern capital. In front of him, there was a pile of military memorials that were sent over from the later Qin dynasty. Madame Qi Bai was waiting at the side. Her gaze was gentle as she stared at Duga Xiu's face. The current eastern capital's imperial palace only existed in name. In reality, it was under the control of Duga Xiu. After lightly knocking on the door, Dong Huang Ling walked in with a cup of soup in her hand. Tonight, Dong Huang Ling was exceptionally charming. Her eyebrows were slightly raised, and her big eyes were filled with boundless affection. Chapter 845. Seeing such a Dong Huang Ling Du Guxiu couldn't help but stare at her. It was undeniable that Dong Huang Ling was very beautiful. As the princess of the eastern capital, she naturally had a noble aura. Compared to Madame Qi, by whom Du Guxiu doted on, both of them had their own merits. Qi Bai, you can leave first. Du Guxiu ordered Madame Qi Bai to leave. Seeing Du Guxiu acting like this, Madame Qi Bai felt somewhat jealous. She fiercely glared at Dong Huang Ling. This woman, a few days ago, she looked as if she wanted to fight the crown prince to the death. Why is she acting so abnormally tonight? However, since Du Guxiu had already ordered her to leave, Madame Qi Bai could only close the door and leave. It's already late at night, and the crown prince is very busy every day. Why don't you have some soup? Dong Huang Ling personally poured a bowl of soup for Du Guxiu. Seeing that Du Guxiu wasn't willing to eat, Dong Huang Ling's hands tightened. Du Guxiu stretched out his arm and hugged Dong Huang Ling. Ling's face paled as she was pulled by Du Guxiu to sit on his lap. She forced herself to remain calm, and her eyes were still filled with love. Princess, this isn't how my woman delivers soup. Du Guxiu smiled and said with an ambiguous tone. Dong Huang Ling's smile froze on her face. She forced herself to smile and picked up the bowl, then moved the spoon to Du Guxiu's mouth. Only then did Du Guxiu drink a mouthful of soup. Seeing that Du Guxiu drank the soup, Dong Huang Ling let out a breath of relief. After drinking a few mouthfuls of soup, Du Guxiu's eyes gradually became blurry and his body also became heavy. With a putong sound, he laid down on the ground. Seeing that he had fainted, Dong Huang Ling sneered. She pulled out a hairpin from her hair and aimed at Du Guxiu's main artery on his neck and fiercely pierced it. This hairpin was Dong Huang Ling's personal item. It was a purple gold hairpin that her father ordered someone to make for her when she was born. The sharp hairpin could even kill someone with the body of a martial saint. If one's vital part was pierced, it could also be fatal. However, when Dong Huang Ling pierced it, the hairpin stopped at Du Guxiu's throat and didn't move. How is this possible? Could it be that Du Guxiu? He hesitated. Dong Huang Ling, do you think that this crown prince will die in the hands of a woman like you? A cold voice resounded in Dong Huang Ling's ears. Du Guxiu sneered as he spat out a water arrow. The water arrow struck Dong Huang Ling's wrist. Ling felt an intense pain as the bones in her hand were shattered. As for the soup that Dong Huang Ling fed him earlier, although he seemed to have swallowed it, in actuality, not a single drop of it fell out. All of it was wrapped in his qi and kept in his mouth. Dong Huang Ling had underestimated Du Guxiu. Du Guxiu was born in later Qin. Although he was the crown prince, his position was not like the other crown princes of other countries, who relied on their mother's favor and seniority to obtain it. Later Qin's intrigue had taught him how to distinguish between different kinds of poisons at a very young age. Although the poison in Dong Huang Ling's soup was colorless and tasteless, Du Guxiu was able to see through it with a single glance. How could someone like Dong Huang Ling dance with a wolf? To Du Guxiu, there were only two kinds of women, those that he wanted and those that he didn't want. Back then, because of Dong Huang Ling's status, he was willing to marry her. But now, a woman who had separated with another man, he would not want her. Toward a woman that he didn't want, Du Guxiu would definitely not be lenient. Men, lock up the princess. Du Guxiu, if you have the ability, then kill me. Dong Huangling smiled bitterly. Tonight, when she came to poison Du Guxiu, she was already prepared to die. Her brother was already living a life worse than death, and her mother was also crying. All of this was because of Du Guxiu, this demon. Princess, you cannot die. This crown prince still needs to use you as bait. Du Guxiu laughed wantonly. The person that he wanted would definitely come. When Yunxing arrived at the eastern capital, she didn't hide anything and directly went to look for Du Guxiu. This crown prince also didn't expect that I would see you again in this kind of situation. Du Guxiu was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect that Yunxing would come to look for him alone. 2 rays of greedy light could be seen in his eyes. That gaze of his was like a hungry beast that found a fat and juicy sheep. When Yunxing saw Ling who was detained for several days, she resisted the urge to beat Du Guxiu up. I am here to negotiate. I am here to cancel the engagement and let Gufeng and Ling be together. My engagement with Dong Huangling has already been announced to the world. If she were to cancel the engagement at this time, where would this crown prince's face be? Du Guxiu's thin lips slightly pursed. If Du Guxiu were to cancel the engagement in the eastern capital, later Qin wouldn't allow it, and so would Du Guxiu. However, Du Guxiu suddenly changed the topic. This matter isn't completely without any room for negotiation. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. What conditions do you have? Just say it. Yunxing didn't like Du Guxiu. From the first time she saw him, Yunxing hated his attitude of looking down on others and thinking that he was the only one in the world. Do you still remember what this crown prince said to you a few years ago? One day, you will beg this crown prince to marry you. Du Guxiu suddenly pulled Yunxing into his embrace. How could Yunxing possibly allow him to succeed? Like a fish that entered the water, she struck Du Guxiu's throat with her elbow. Du Guxiu had tasted Yunxing's crafty footwork before. Thus, he didn't dare to be careless and was forced to take a step back. The two of them maintained a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Dream on. Yunxing's small face was covered with frost. She was just like a thorny rose. If anyone were to get close to her, she would sting them until they were covered with cuts and bruises. Yunxing, don't argue with him. Quickly, leave. Dong Huangling was anxious. You marry, and she lives. What this crown prince wants is a woman that I can bring back to the eastern capital. It doesn't matter if you are Dong Huangling or not. Because they were standing very close to each other, Du Guxiu could smell the fragrance of a young girl that was being emitted from Yunxing's body. Du Guxiu's eyes dimmed. Even the heavens are helping me. Back then, Yunxing's rejection of the marriage was viewed as a humiliation by Du Guxiu. He would think about it all the time. In the past few years, he used government affairs, the country's situation, and all kinds of women to try his best to forget about this woman that had humiliated him. She was also the only woman that had rejected him. However, she actually walked right into his trap and appeared in front of him once again. On the other hand, Du Guxiu suddenly had a bright idea. He thought of a trick to secretly replace her with someone else. Furthermore, compared to the immature and not feminine young girl from a few years ago, the Yunxing in front of him had gradually transformed into a woman that made his heart itch. He wanted her. This time, no matter if it was Yi Baiming of Zhou State, the eastern capital, or even his father, none of them could stop him. Yunxing ignored Du Guxiu and went forward to untie the ropes on Dong Huangling's body. Do you really think that the palace is your home? You can come and go as you please. Madame Qi Bai barged in with tens of blood iron guards. Do you think that you are qualified to stop me? Yunxing never fought a battle that she wasn't confident in. Since she dared to barge into the eastern capital alone to snatch Dong Huangling away, she had absolute confidence that she would be able to escape unscathed. Chapter 846. As Yunxing spoke, she was filled with arrogance. In her black eyes, there was a murderous aura. "Duguxiu, who do you think you are? You can't afford to have me." As soon as she finished speaking, a strange figure flashed past. Madame Qi Bai exclaimed. She didn't even have time to pull out her magic scepter before the two blood iron guards beside her were knocked away by a strange force. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Madame Qi Bai was forced to take a few steps back, and there was a hand on her slender and fair neck. Tycoon Jean was like a ghost. He came and went without a trace and subdued Madame Qi Bai. At the same time, there was a commotion in the palace. A blood iron guard rushed in a panic. "Crown Prince, bad news." A group of demonic beasts rushed into the palace. Our brothers couldn't stop them. Empress Dowager Situ and the East Emperor were rescued. Hearing that, Duguxiu raised his eyebrows, and his gaze landed on Yunxing. In his cold eagle eyes, there was anger and sorrow. Yunxing's beauty was unparalleled, but it was also this woman who looked like a flower vase. Her methods and style of doing things were not inferior to his in the slightest. As expected of someone from the Marshal Saint General's mansion of Zhou State. Yunxing's rescue seemed reckless, but her every move was arranged in an orderly manner. First, she acted alone to confuse the enemy. Then, she secretly ambushed this strange assassin. Then, she used the demonic beasts to launch a surprise attack. If he guessed correctly, the group of demonic beasts that barged into the palace was definitely the group of demonic beasts from Taiyuan Castle. This group of demonic beasts was originally transformed from humans. Especially the two tiger-lion beasts, they were originally the subordinates of the Prince of Taiyuan. They knew all kinds of military strategies. With their help, Yunxing created a diversion and successfully rescued Empress Dowager Situ and the East Emperor. At this time, even if he sent people to chase after them, they probably wouldn't be able to catch up. With more than 20 purple-gold demonic beasts in the open and Tycoon Jean in the dark, she could save Dong Huangling and her family, eliminating her worries. Yunxing wasn't goofing. She knew that in order to save Dong Huangling not only did she have to save Dong Huangling she also had to save her family. Only after East Emperor and Empress Dowager Situ escaped would Ling be able to truly have nothing to worry about. Even Duguxiu couldn't guarantee that he could come up with a more perfect rescue plan today. "Yunxing, after all, you don't know me well enough. You can take him away, but I can guarantee that you won't even be able to leave the imperial palace of Dongdu." Duguxiu was not angry. Instead, he laughed. His expression was unpredictable. He admired Yunxing. Only a woman like her, who could enter the palace and go to the battlefield, was the most suitable woman for him, Duguxiu. He waved his hand, and the group of iron-blooded guards all stepped aside. Yunxing didn't understand why Duguxiu was so straightforward. She untied the ropes on Ling Er's body, and the two of them were about to leave. When Dong Huangling arrived at the entrance, her body trembled violently as if she was having a spasm. Sweat dripped down her forehead like rain. Yunxing checked Dong Huangling's body and discovered that Duguxiu had ingeniously used his dou qi to suppress many of Dong Huangling's vital points. This is a special dou qi sealing technique. It's a battle technique of Dugu imperial family. Without my unique technique, even if you save Dong Huangling, it'll be useless. She'll be in pain for 3 days and 3 nights, until her meridians break and she vomits blood and dies. Duguxiu's gaze was cold. With every word that he said, Dong Huangling's face would become uglier. She felt as if she was being bitten by ants. Her meridians and muscles were all being suppressed by Duguxiu's do qi. Yunxing, I'm fine. Let's go. He has already set up a trap and is waiting for you to walk into it. Don't fall for it. Dong Huangling forcefully held back the blood in her throat and stood up. She was very grateful to Yunxing. As long as her imperial mother and imperial brother managed to escape, Dong Huangling's life was no longer important. Right now, she no longer had the face to see Gu Feng. After Dong Huangling was subdued by Duguxiu, Duguxiu used a special battle technique to seal many of her major acupoints. Even if Dong Huangling wanted to die, she wouldn't be able to do so. Madame Qi Bai told Dong Huangling that the reason why Duguxiu imprisoned her in the eastern capital was because of Yunxing. Duguxiu wouldn't marry a princess who eloped with another man. Only now did Dong Huangling know that several years ago, Duguxiu had proposed to Yunxing. Later Qin, Crown Prince Dugu, who had always been arrogant, was rejected by Yunxing. Dong Huangling knew that Duguxiu was a narrow-minded person. He would definitely take revenge on Yunxing. No matter what, she couldn't let her good friend fall into Duguxiu's hands. Duguxiu, you are truly despicable. Ling is a woman, and you actually use such a vicious method to deal with a woman who doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Your actions won't be mocked by the experts of the continent. Yunxing couldn't watch as Dong Huangling was tortured to death. Because of the pain, Dong Huangling's lips were already bleeding. When Yunxing saw how Ling was resisting the urge to say anything, her heart ached. Yunxing boasted that her medical skills were unparalleled. However, she was helpless when it came to battle techniques. She muttered to herself for a moment. She decided to pretend that she had agreed to Duguxiu's request. As long as he cured Ling, she would think of a way to deal with him. Undo the unique battle technique on her body, and I will agree to your request. Yunxing's face was cold. So what if she arrived at later Qin? She had plenty of ways to escape midway. If you want to save her, you have to agree to 2 conditions of mine. Duguxiu had already expected that Yunxing would agree to his request. Yunxing was a meticulous person. She was smart and patient. She was a rare woman. Unfortunately, her biggest weakness was her family and friends. Firstly, hand over your summoner ring. Duguxiu said faintly. In the continent, there weren't many people who knew that Yunxing was a summoner. However, Duguxiu was one of the few people who knew about it. If it wasn't for the fact that she was a powerful summoner, how would those 20+ purple gold ranked demonic beasts be willing to submit to her? Duguxiu was still a bit wary of Yunxing's strength, especially her identity as a summoner. Without the beast language ring, Yunxing wouldn't be able to summon demonic beasts, and her strength would be greatly reduced. Yunxing straightforwardly took off the beast language ring. At the very least, she still had her magic. Secondly, accept a small gift from me. Duguxiu signaled with his eyes. Madame Qi Bai revealed a strange smile. Madame Qi Bai's smile contained a bit of schadenfreude, as well as a bit of jealousy. Yunxing suddenly had a very bad premonition when she was being stared at by her. Madame Qi Bai took out a box. Inside the box were 2 eggs. These 2 eggs were much smaller than a pigeon's egg. One was gold, and the other was silver. They looked like a pair of exquisite decorations. Duguxiu walked forward. He bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the 2 jade eggs. The originally motionless jade eggs began to stir. Chapter 847. At this moment, the originally exquisite jade egg let out a crisp cracking sound. The eggshell cracked open, and 2 small snakes popped out from it. The two small snakes looked even smaller than earthworms. They were translucent and sparkling like jade. Their eyes were blood red. One of them was completely gold in color, while the other was completely silver in color. Not long after they hatched, the first thing they saw was Dugashio. They stuck out their tongues at Dugashio in a friendly manner. What the hell is that? Yunxing didn't have a good impression of snakes. Snakes were ice-cold creatures. They were cold-blooded and temperamental. Although abandoned Little Green was also a snake, Little Green knew people and rarely appeared in front of others. Especially these snakes, they reminded her of the soul snake that Madame Qi Bai used to harm Donghuang Ling and Donghuang Tianqi. Donghuang Ling was saved in time by Yunxing and Gu Feng's patient care, which allowed her to escape the fate of becoming a retard. Compared to Ling-er's brother, Donghuang Tianqi wasn't as lucky as Ling-er. Yunxing had already ordered the two tiger lion beasts to escort Empress Dowager Situ and her son to the Hunters Guild in the eastern capital. There would be people there to receive them and send them to Skywing City. With Su Da's treatment, Empress Dowager Situ and her son's lives would be safe for the time being. But even so, Donghuang Tianqi felt that it would be hard for him to escape the fate of becoming a retard. These two gold and silver snakes looked even stranger than Madame Qi Bai's soul snake. Yunxing couldn't help but think that Dugashio, this big pervert, couldn't be thinking of using the soul snake to control her, right? Thinking about how she would become a puppet and Dugashio's plaything, Yunxing couldn't help but frown. Donghuang Ling also had a terrified expression on her face. She pulled Yunxing and shook her head incessantly. Don't worry, this crown prince has no interest in turning you into a puppet. If that happens, this crown prince's life would become dull and boring, Dugashio joked. Wooden beauties, there were plenty of them in Later Qin. Later Qin's harem was filled with women who wanted to please him. What he wanted was a real Yunxing. Sometimes, even he himself couldn't understand why he was so infatuated with Yunxing, who was fierce and unfeminine. These two snakes are called Soul Yearning and Double Yearning. They were personally fed by this crown prince's heart blood. After 79 days, they hatched. The golden one is called Soul Pull, and it's the female snake. The silver one is the sun, and it's called Dream Spin. Dugashio picked up the little golden snake and played with it. The small golden snake turned into a golden mist and entered Dugashio's body. It turned into a golden snake tattoo on his arm. He picked up the silver snake again and walked in front of Yunxing. The uneasiness in Yunxing's heart grew stronger and stronger. This crown prince guarantees that this little snake won't cause you to have any adverse reactions. You will still be able to eat and jump, other than. Dugashio continued to close in on her. Yunxing took a step back. Seeing Donghuang Ling's pained expression, Yunxing hesitated. Dugashio grabbed onto her hand. Dugashio's tyrannical do qi caused Yunxing's body to be unable to move. The silver snake climbed onto Yunxing's wrist. The ice-cold body of the snake turned into a frost-like mist and assimilated into Yunxing's skin and body. Other than that, she didn't feel anything else. On Yunxing's arm, a silver snake appeared. The silver snake and the silver snake on Dugashio's arm complemented each other. Other than what? Yunxing didn't believe that this silver snake didn't have any other uses. Other than the fact that you will never be able to leave this crown prince's side. Dugashio moved closer to Yunxing's ear and said intimately. What? Yunxing threw a slap onto Dugashio's face. A slap was heard, and a palm print appeared on Dugashio's face, which was as resolute as a sculpture. The Blood Iron Guard and Madame Qi Bai were both astonished. Has this woman gone mad? She actually slapped the Crown Prince. Crown Prince Dugu is an absolute bloodthirsty tyrant. There wasn't any anger on Dugashio's face. He stretched out his hand and caressed his own face. At the same time, he was satisfied to see that Yunxing's face was also red and swollen. Both of their faces were red and swollen. It was as if both of their faces were slapped by someone at the same time. What? Yunxing opened her eyes wide. The one that she slapped was Duguxiu, so why is my face also red and painful? The soul-twining dream snake was a very mystical soul snake. The probability of it hatching was very low. However, once it hatched, it would live and die together. The mother snake and the son snake had an innate connection. If the mother snake was injured, the other snake would also suffer the same injury. If the son snake left the mother snake for more than 12 hours, the son snake would be in extreme pain until its internal organs shattered and it died. Their host's fate is also like this. Duguxiu chuckled. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Yunxing's face with a bit of infatuation. Because of her anger, her face became even more beautiful. That gaze was like that of a greedy snake, and Yunxing was the prey that he had been drooling over for a long time. She was plump and juicy, making him want to swallow her into his stomach in one gulp. Yunxing shivered. There was actually such a strange soul snake in this world. The silver brand was branded on her arm. Other than the initial cold feeling, there was no other feeling or pain. Yunxing's arm skin was as smooth as snow. That touch of silver on her hand actually had a bit of a demonic feeling. Duguxiu, is there something wrong with your brain? Get rid of this thing. When Yunxing heard this, she almost vomited to death. Get rid of it. This crown prince is also very willing. As long as you are willing to let this crown prince do it once, this crown prince will help you get rid of it. You can carefully consider this condition. Duguxiu was very ambiguous. Duguxiu said such hooligan words in front of so many people, but his face didn't turn red and his heart didn't skip a beat. His expression didn't change. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Yunxing with a burning gaze, as if he could see a hole in her face. Yunxing's strength wasn't bad, but it was impossible for her to kill Duguxiu. Only Duguxiu could cure the soul-yearning dream snake that was fed with his heart's blood. Duguxiu liked Yunxing. He could use force, but he wasn't willing to do so. With his status, what kind of woman didn't he have? He had yearned for this woman day and night. He had even used his own blood to feed the soul snake and nurtured the unparalleled soul-yearning dream snake. He wanted her to accept him, whether it was her body or her heart. He believed that he wasn't inferior to Yi Baiming. As long as Yunxing returned to later Qin with him, he would have a way to make Yunxing slowly accept him. He wanted to tie down Yunxing like this for the rest of her life, so that she would only have him. Duguxiu was secretly pleased. Yunxing was very angry. Without the summoner's ring, she couldn't teach Duguxiu a lesson. Wouldn't she become a useless person? Yunxing held the magic scepter in her hand until her knuckles turned white. She had an impulse to use Thunder Flash to hack Duguxiu into pieces. I agree to your conditions. Save Ling Er first. Yunxing gritted her teeth. Chapter 848. Yunxing swore that, sooner or later, she would look for Duguxiu and make him pay for all the humiliation she suffered today. Men, take these two ladies away and serve them carefully, Duguxiu ordered, and the two of them were locked up separately. Seeing that the two ladies were taken away, Madame Qi Bai walked over. Suppressing the jealousy in her heart, she asked, Crown Prince, how do you plan to deal with those two ladies? According to a letter from a spy in our country, recently, rumors that are unfavorable to Crown Prince have been spreading in later Qin. This time, Duguxiu's plan to capture Dong Huangling and trick Yunxing was all a sudden decision. After returning from Taiyuan Mountain, he didn't return to later Qin. Instead, he went straight to Zhou State and captured Dong Huangling, and Gu Feng. As the crown prince of a country, as long as he didn't ascend to the throne, he would still be affected by the country's public opinion. Every word and action of his would be restricted. Duge Xiu and Dong Huangling's marriage had been delayed for many years. In the early years, Duge Xiu had always used the excuse that the princess was sick. However, about a month ago, an official from Later Qin claimed that he saw Dong Huangling, who was recuperating at the border of Zhou State. The princess, who was supposed to be sick, was actually found to be living together with a man. The two of them behaved intimately, just like a married couple. The future crown prince consort of Later Qin actually eloped with a man. This was undoubtedly a huge scandal. When the rumor was released, it immediately spread throughout Later Qin. In the end, the rumor became that the princess of Eastern Capital felt that the crown prince of Later Qin, Duge Xiu, was too cruel and didn't understand romance. Moreover, because of the constant wars, he was a useless person. When Duge Xiu received this news, he had just found Dong Huangling, As a result, Duge Xiu's plan was completely disrupted. Originally, he planned to make use of Dong Huangling, to capture Yunxing and have Yunxing pretend to be Dong Huangling, In this way, he could make use of Dong Huangling, to control Eastern Capital and also get the beauty back. It was the best of both worlds. However, once the rumor spread, Dong Huangling would no longer be able to marry into the Eastern Capital as planned. Regardless of whether Dong Huangling was a virgin or not, Later Qin citizens had already determined that she was a loose woman. If the crown prince were to marry this woman, it would be the same as having a green cloud floating above his head, making him a bastard. What Madame Qi Bai was implying was whether or not Duge Xiu should return to Later Qin according to the original plan. After all, Duge Xiu had left Later Qin for quite some time. Logically speaking, he should return to Later Qin as soon as possible to avoid any changes in the imperial court. Tell the left prime minister that this crown prince has something to discuss with him. Duge Xiu frowned as he pondered. In the eastern capital imperial palace, several palace maids were guarding the young lady on the bed. Her appearance was even prettier than Dong Huangling, At this moment, the girl's eyes were tightly shut, and her long eyelashes fluttered along with her breathing. Yunxing opened her eyes and saw the scenery of the Dongdu Imperial Palace. His brain was still a mess. She subconsciously looked at her arm, and the little silver snake mark was still there. A trace of annoyance flashed past her face. I failed again. Ever since that day, Duge Xiu had left this inexplicable soul-yearning snake on her body. She had been forced to follow Duge Xiu. However, what made Yunxing depressed was that Duge Xiu actually separated her from Ling. He only asked Ling to accompany her for an hour every day and teach her some of the Eastern capital's customs and palace etiquette. Yunxing scolded Duge Xiu for not keeping his word. She originally requested Duge Xiu to let Dong Huangling go. However, Duge Xiu didn't feel any pain or itch. He argued that he only promised to save Dong Huangling, and never said that he would let her go. He had already removed the special martial skill on Ling's body. However, in order to prevent Dong Huangling from leaking information and prevent Yunxing from having any thoughts of escaping, he directly imprisoned Dong Huangling as well. He only promised to send Dong Huangling away after he and Yunxing got married. Because Empress Dowager Situ and the East monarch's whereabouts were unknown, the eastern capital had already fallen into the hands of Duge Xiu and the left premier. Yunxing was under the effect of the soul-twirling dream, making it impossible for her to kill Duge Xiu. Thus, Yunxing tried to escape. However, after escaping for a distance, Yunxing felt dizzy and fainted. When she woke up, she was caught by Duge Xiu. Xiu never got tired of chasing after Yunxing. Like a cat chasing after a mouse, he would personally chase after Yunxing every single time. He would always be able to accurately find Yunxing. Only then did Yunxing give up. She finally recognized a fact. This damned soul-twirling dream was even more powerful than the binding magic she used on Yi Baiming. Binding magic needed to be within a certain distance in order to be effective. However, this soul-twirling dream would exhaust her stamina and make her unable to move. As a result, Yunxing's sixth attempt to escape was interrupted, and she was once again carried back by Xiu. Crown Princess, you've woken up. It's time for you to bathe and change your clothes. These palace maids were brought over by Xiu from later Qin. They all knew some martial arts. They were ordered to take care of Yunxing. Who's your crown prince consort? Yunxing was furious at the mention of this. Crown Princess, have you forgotten? You are the late emperor's orphan that the left premier found among the commoners. Not long ago, you returned to the eastern capital and fell in love with the crown prince at first sight. Because Dong Wangling's body was unwell, she volunteered to marry into later Qin in place of the eldest princess. The entire eastern capital already knows about this. What kind of lousy identity and reason was this? She even fell in love with Xiu at first sight. Only a ghost would fall in love with that bastard at first sight. Yunxing was depressed by the weird excuse that Xiu came up with. However, other than being depressed, she had no other choice. The head palace maid had served Yunxing for a few days and knew the temper of this second princess. Facing Yunxing's anger, she didn't even frown and ordered the maids to dress Yunxing. These palace maids were all carefully selected by Xiu. Although they were palace maids, they were proficient in martial arts since they were young. They didn't know Yunxing's true identity, but they could see that the crown prince was very attentive to this yet-to-be-married crown princess. Even Madame Qi Bai, who was favored by the crown prince, didn't receive such favor from him. Yunxing had just learned from the palace maids that when Xiu went to Taiyuan Mountain, something happened in later Qin's imperial court. The princes who didn't get along with Xiu heard some groundless rumors. They had already spread rumors in later Qin that the eastern capital's princess, Dong Huangling, didn't get sick. Instead, she eloped with a wild man. This news spread like wildfire. Now, everyone in later Qin knew that Xiu had been cuckolded before he even got married. In order to calm the public opinion in later Qin and to be able to marry the beauty logically, Xiu put in a lot of effort. In the name of left prime minister, he ordered 2 women to pretend to be Empress Dowager Situ and Dong Huangling. He said that he had found the orphan of the late emperor, who was the current Dong Huangxing. He even held an ancestral recognition ceremony as if this was a serious matter. For the sake of Ling's safety, Yunxing had no choice but to change her surname to Dong Huang. Now, her new identity was Dong Huangxing, the newly found princess of the eastern capital. Why are you guys so anxious? Don't forget that the little wild cat is a time bomb, and the night fox is an atomic bomb. Later Qin, ha ha ha. Chapter 849. Crown Prince Consort. The Crown Prince will set off for later Qin at noon. Crown Prince Consort, please dress up and don't forget etiquette. After saying that, the palace maids brought in a red palace dress and several boxes of rare treasures. The palace dress was woven with the feathers of a fire wand from the north. It was light and elegant, and the color was like fire. Among the rare treasures, there were all kinds of pearl jewelry, pearl hairpins, and accessories. Each of them was priceless. These were all personally selected by Xiu in the past 2 days. As a martial artist, when had he ever done such a thing? What surprised Xiu was that Yunxing didn't have a good impression of him, but Yunxing accepted all the things he gave her. As for the 3 meals, Yunxing also ate and drank well. Other than showing a sour face when she saw him, everything else couldn't be more normal. In that situation, she didn't have the slightest awareness of being a hostage. Duguxiu didn't understand Yunxing's temper. She would make things difficult for anyone, but she wouldn't make things difficult for money and her own body. These pearls and treasures were all money. She was coerced, so it was only right for her to ask for some money as compensation. She didn't have a summoning ring now, and the magic power in her body was being controlled by the strange yearning in dreams. It was getting weaker and weaker. After a while, she might not even be able to use magic power. In such a state, Yunxing could only rely on the trace of internal energy from the Jade Marrow's skill in her body. She had to conserve her strength and find the right time to undo the yearning in dreams before escaping. Seeing that Yunxing didn't say anything, the palace maids took turns to do it. With exquisite makeup, the young girl's black hair was combed into a high bun. These palace maids were very skillful. When they saw that Yunxing's hair was extraordinarily large, they carefully divided her hair into several strands and braided them into small braids. Then, they decorated the small braids with roses made of accumulated gems. Paired with the fire wand dress, Yunxing's lips were blazing red and she was indescribably beautiful. The crown prince consort is really suited for the Empress. She will definitely like it when she sees you. The palace maids finished dressing Yunxing and couldn't help but sigh emotionally. They were all palace maids trained in the later Qin imperial palace. Later Qin emperors all liked to enrich their harem. Later Qin was also a great country. Every year, as many beautiful women entered the palace, there were as many as the clouds in the sky. However, there really wasn't a single one that could compare to this crown prince consort in front of him. Even the palace maids were stunned by Yunxing's beauty. They sighed with emotion that it was no wonder the crown prince liked this future crown princess so much. Yunxing shook her head impatiently. She had been born in the countryside since she was a child. When she grew up, she often appeared as a hunter. She had never dressed up so grandly like today. When Duguxiu entered, he just happened to see this scene. He couldn't help but hold his breath. Most of the Yunxing that Duguxiu had seen wore a magician's robe, which made her look natural. However, today's Yunxing revealed a different kind of charm. Following Yunxing's movements, the red dress on her body rippled with ripples. Her narrow waist was so small that it could be held with one hand, and her figure was graceful and graceful. Her already extremely beautiful face was picturesque, and her pair of black eyes were as resplendent as the stars. Madame Qi Bai, who was following behind Duguxiu, felt even more jealous when she saw this. She sneaked a peek at Duguxiu and saw that his gaze was slightly sluggish. His eyes stopped on Yunxing's body, unable to move away for a long time. This was crazy. The crown prince had really fallen in love with this woman. Perhaps Duguxiu himself hadn't realized it, but Madame Qi Bai had already understood when he suggested using heart blood to nurture the soul yearning and dreaming snail with the sole purpose of restraining Yunxing. The soul yearning and dreaming snail was an extremely special soul snake. For many years, no one in the Boss Serpent clan had been able to successfully nurture it. After all, the soul yearning and dreaming snail needed the heart blood of the person who nurtured it to grow. The heart blood was the blood from the most dangerous part of the human body. The slightest bit of carelessness could cause the heart to explode and die. However, Duguxiu relied on his tyrannical constitution and inhuman willpower to persist in taking blood once a day. After a total of 49 days, he finally succeeded in hatching the soul yearning and dreaming snail. The moment he gave the snake away, it was equivalent to giving away his own heart. Madame Qi Bai's heart was bleeding. She had always thought that Duguxiu was a heartless person. However, she didn't know that he wasn't heartless. It was just that he had never found someone to entrust his heart to. The funny thing was that Yunxing didn't care about Duguxiu's special favor at all. However, Yunxing, don't think that you can be unbridled and fearless just because Duguxiu dotes on you. When we reach the later Qin dynasty, this madam will naturally let you see that the imperial harem of the later Qin dynasty isn't a place where just anyone can stay. Upon seeing Duguxiu, Yunxing's expression became gloomy. You don't have to glare at me like that. You want to look for Dong Huangling her, right? I've already brought her to you. Upon seeing Yunxing's expression that seemed as if she wanted to eat him up, Duguxiu's heart started beating faster. Behind him was Dong Huangling Yunxing. Upon seeing Yunxing, Ling felt guilty and sad. She hugged Yunxing, and her eyes turned red. It was all her fault. She had dragged Yunxing down. Dong Huangling's martial skill had already been undone. She planned to disguise herself as a palace maid and follow Yunxing to the later Qin dynasty. Firstly, the two of them could take care of each other. Secondly, this time, Yunxing was pretending to be the princess of the imperial capital. Since young, Yunxing had always been undisciplined. Thus, Dong Huangling was afraid that she would expose herself in front of the emperor of the later Qin dynasty. Thus, she decided to accompany Yunxing. I don't need any palace maid. Duguxiu, I won't be able to run away anyways. Let go of Ling Yunxing winked at Dong Huangling This stubborn girl, how can she not understand what I mean? This time, Yunxing came out in a hurry. Thus, she didn't even have the time to tell anyone that she had arrived at the eastern capital. Duguxiu was also very cautious. Not only did he leave the soul-binding technique on Yunxing's body, he even used his qi to temporarily seal Yunxing's magic. The current Yunxing, firstly, didn't know magic. Secondly, she didn't have a summoning ring. If she wanted to escape from the heavily guarded army of the later Qin dynasty, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If Dong Huangling was able to escape and find Gu Feng, she would be able to spread the news that she was being controlled by Duguxiu. However, no matter what, Dong Huangling wasn't willing to leave Yunxing alone. Xing I advise you to stop scheming. This crown prince won't let her go. Before you and I get married, she will follow you to the later Qin dynasty. Duguxiu destroyed Yunxing's last hope. Don't call me Xing Seeing that Duguxiu was pretending to be intimate with her, Yunxing had goosebumps all over her body. She wanted to give Duguxiu a slap. However, when she thought of the effect of the soul-binding technique, Yunxing could only endure it. Don't count on Yi Baiming. This crown prince heard that his current situation isn't much better than yours. Duguxiu laughed heartily. Hearing that, Yunxing's heart thumped. Duguxiu said that Yi Baiming's current situation isn't good. Didn't he go to attend senior marshal brother Chang's wedding? How could he, or could it be that Yi Baiming encountered something in Zhou state? Remember, from today onwards, you are this crown prince's fiancé. In your heart, you can only think of this crown prince. Duguxiu was extremely domineering. He grabbed Yunxing, who was already dressed up, by the waist, and carried her. Then, he strode towards the carriage of the later Qin dynasty. The carriage rumbled. After several months, the wedding procession of the later Qin dynasty was once again heading towards the later Qin dynasty. Chapter 850. After several twists and turns, the marriage between later Qin and the eastern capital was finally settled. The happiest people were the people of the eastern capital and the minister of the left. From this marriage, the people of the eastern capital saw the hope of the eastern capital rising again. As for the minister of the left, it was because he had climbed up the big tree of later Qin. The bridal welcoming ceremony was very lively. The Iron Blood Crown Prince obviously doted on his future crown princess. When he came out of the palace, he strode over with the crown princess in his arms. The people of the eastern capital cheered thunderously. But they didn't know that when Dugashio got on the carriage, his body couldn't help but tremble. Just now, Yunxing fiercely bit him. But he didn't feel any pain. Dugashio lowered his voice, using a voice that only Yunxing and himself could hear. Bite gently, if it hurts, this crown prince will feel distressed. Yunxing was so depressed that she almost vomited blood. This damn dream. She must find a way to undo it. After Dugashio carried Yunxing onto the carriage, he was kicked down by Yunxing just as he was about to get on the carriage. Dugashio laughed heartily as he stepped onto his chariot. Behind the carriage, Madame Chi Bai's eyes were full of jealousy and hatred. Make way, make way. Later Qin's wedding procession galloped past. A person pushed the onlookers and squeezed forward. Boy, are you blind? You stepped on this, uncle. The passerby was about to get angry, but when he saw the magician's robe, he immediately calmed down. Goofing exuded a light barrier around his body. Those who were originally blocking in front of him were bounced back as soon as they touched the barrier. Ling, I was wrong. I shouldn't have mistakenly thought that you were a greedy woman. Gu Feng chased after the procession while circulating the light sphere. After leaving the eastern capital's imperial palace that day, Gu Feng was completely disheartened. He gave up on himself and didn't even treat his wounds. He fainted on the streets of the eastern capital. On the unfamiliar street, Goofing was muddle-headed and almost froze to death. Just when he was on the verge of death, he suddenly recalled the words that Dong Huanglinger said in the prison. Goofing, you must become a great light magician. Her shoulders slumped and she trembled slightly. She was crying. In the darkness, Goofing opened his eyes. He suddenly realized that he had misunderstood Ling. Once, for the only time in his life, Goofeng and Dong Huanglinger got drunk in a tavern. At that time, Dong Huanglinger cried until she was a mess. She kept repeating the same sentence, Goofeng, if possible, I really don't want to be in the imperial clan. How could the Dong Huanglinger that he knew be someone who despised the poor and loved the rich? After understanding everything, Goofing miraculously pulled through. However, at that time, he received news that Dugashio was going to pick up the princess and head to Later Qin to complete the marriage. Goofing desperately chased after Dong Huanglinger. The wedding procession in Later Qin was very long. There were tens of carriages in total. Other than the first carriage that the crown prince was in, the second carriage was the crown princess's carriage. The carriages were covered with curtains, and the people inside could be seen clearly. Ling. Goofing rushed forward with all his might, trying to attract the attention of the people inside the carriages. At this time, he noticed that there was a familiar figure in the procession. In order to accompany Yunxing, Dong Huangling didn't hesitate to lower herself. She dressed up as Yunxing's personal palace maid and mixed in with the wedding procession. Both sides of the street were bustling with activity. Dong Huangling faintly heard a voice. She turned her head and glanced over, only to see Gu Feng. Goofing also saw Dong Huangling. However, her dressing made Goofing very confused. Isn't Ling going to marry Dugashio? Why is she dressing up like this? Dong Huangling, who was in the procession, quickly mouthed the words and deliberately slowed down her footsteps. After living together with Dong Huangling for several months, Goofing's tacit understanding with her had improved by quite a bit. Dong Huangling winked at Dong Huangling, then waved her hand at the phoenix carriage and mouthed the words Yunxing, Kami Yujing, and Baiming Lord. Goofing was even more confused. What's going on? Why did Ling and Yunxing exchange identities? No. Dugashio is going to marry Yunxing. Gufing immediately remembered. Several years ago, Duguxiu had proposed to Yunxing. At that time, it was Baiming Lord who snatched the initiative and became Yunxing's fiancé. Yunxing doesn't like Duguxiu. She must have been forced to marry Duguxiu. I must tell Baiming Lord about this. Gufing shivered. Seeing that Gufing understood, Dong Huangling had no choice but to catch up with the procession after being urged by the female official beside her. Gufing thought for a bit. With his lousy magic, it was useless for him to catch up with the procession. Right now, the most important thing was to contact Baiming Lord as soon as possible. He was Yunxing's fiancé. Yi Baiming definitely didn't know that Yunxing was being forced to marry Yunxing. Gufing looked at the procession that was leaving and gritted his teeth. Then, he rushed towards the direction of Zhou State's Yujing City. Almost at the same time, in Yujing City, Yi Bei, Qingbai, and Bufang were sitting in the tavern where the three of them often drank. Bai, you really don't look like someone who is going to be a groom with that frown on your face, Yi Baiming teased. Qingbai, this brat, could be said to be the most unpredictable among the three of them. He boasted that he was a playboy and had many female friends. Who would have thought that Qingbai was the first to get married? Don't say any more, I have no choice but to do this. It's hard to disobey a father's order. You two, don't just laugh at me. Who knows when you two will be forced to get married as well. Although Qingbai was a playboy, he was very filial to his parents and elders. No one can force me to do something that I don't want to do. Bai, you better think carefully. This is an important matter in life, it's not a game. Yi Baiming didn't agree with Qingbai's point of view. He thought that this important matter of marriage shouldn't be a game. I think that Baiming is more than happy to be forced to get married. Oh right, why didn't Yunxing come back? Bu Jiuxiao felt strange. Why didn't Yunxing come back with them? She has some private matters to attend to. She said that she might not be able to make it in time for Qingbai's wedding. As for the congratulatory gift, she said that you can just go to Little Xiantong and pick one. Just when Yi Baiming's voice fell, Qingbai became very excited. Little Xiantong could casually pick one. Only Yunxing could say such domineering words. Let me think, do you think that Little Xiantong will have that kind of pill? My old man has been wanting to hold a grandson for a long time, or something like that. Qingbai was beaming with joy as he spoke. Yi and Bu Jiuxiao were speechless. This brat was just not serious. Let's talk about serious matters. Are you really not planning to go to Wu Profound Limitless School to participate in the competition? With your current cultivation, if you are willing to go, the position of the curator of Wu Profound Limitless School will be yours. What Bu Jiuxiao was talking about was precisely the matter that had caused a ruckus in Wu Profound Limitless School recently. Chapter 851. Qi Tian had been the deputy curator of Wushuan Limitless Hall for many years. For many years, the position of the curator of Limitless Hall had been undecided. To put it bluntly, it was just that the Emperor of Zhou State was unwilling to let Wushuan Limitless Hall fall into the hands of outsiders. For many years, he had been secretly controlling the dojo. Because of this, Qi Tian had been dissatisfied for a long time. However, with the Yun residents around, Qi Tian remembered Yun Ba's kindness in nurturing him and did not leave Wushuan Limitless Hall. After the Yun residents moved out of Jade Capital and Yun Songlong became a hunter, Qi Tian already had the intention to retreat. Yun Songlong had also invited Qi Tian many times to join the sky attack. This time, Yunxing had obtained Taiyuan City as a stronghold, so Yun Songlong sincerely invited Qi Tian to go. Qi Tian simply resigned from the position of the deputy curator of Wushuan Limitless Hall. This way, the position of the deputy curator of Wushuan Limitless Hall was empty. The Emperor of Zhou State announced to the world that the position of the deputy curator would be open to the public. As long as one could obtain first place in the dojo competition, regardless of their background, they would be able to become the deputy curator of Wushuan Limitless Hall. When this news came out, the entire Zhou State was in an uproar. Wushuan Limitless Hall was the #1 dojo in Zhou State. In the entire continent, only the later Qin's Big Dipper dojo could compare to Limitless Hall. To be able to become the deputy curator of Wushuan Limitless Hall, it was truly a matter of the ancestors' graves. In an instant, the people who went to Wushuan Limitless Hall to participate in the competition were about to step on the threshold of the dojo. Qing and Bu had both thought that Yi Baiming would participate in the competition when he returned to Jade Capital. Who knew that Yi Baiming was not interested at all? Both of them understood that Yi Baiming did not participate in the competition because he disdained to work for the Emperor of Zhou State. Zhou Xiao, you can try. The deputy curator had planned to pass the curator position to you in the early years. Yi Baiming encouraged Bu Zhou to participate in the competition. Among the three of them, Yi Baiming was undoubtedly the most talented, but Bu Zhou was the most hardworking one. Now, Bu Zhou was also a martial saint. Such a young martial saint was rare in Zhou State. If Bu Zhou participated in the competition, he believed that there were not many people in Zhou State who could be his match. As he spoke, a young man dressed as a martial artist ran in. He looked around nervously. When he saw Yi Baiming and the others, he breathed a sigh of relief. Lei Hu, you, how did you become like this? Speaking of which, the warrior who came was an acquaintance of Yi Baiming. He was Lei Hu, who had gotten to know Yunsheng after a fight in Banana Leaf Village. Ever since Lei Hu joined the Wu Profound Limitless School, especially after meeting Yunsheng, his physique had been modified by Yunsheng's beast blood pill. He was now a martial arts great master level expert. However, when the three of them saw Lei Hu's appearance, they were slightly shocked. Lei Hu's face was bruised and swollen, and even a few of his front teeth had been knocked out. Who was it that dared to be so heavy-handed to the people of the Wu Profound Limitless School in Jade Capital? When the three of them saw this, especially Bu Zhou, they stood up with a ting sound. Senior brothers, it's good that you're here. Someone came to the Wu Profound Limitless School to cause trouble, saying that they're here to participate in the competition for the position of deputy curator. Lei Hu's face was full of shame. He roughly explained what had happened in the martial arts hall more than an hour ago. It turned out that ever since Deputy Curator Qi Tian had left, the Wu Profound Limitless School had publicly recruited a deputy curator. As the recruitment this time was open and fair to the outside world, there were no restrictions. There was an endless stream of people who came to participate in the competition. Among them, there were experts with extraordinary strength, but most of them were mediocre people who passed off as fish eyes. Bu Zhou and the other disciples of the Inner Hall had set the rules. Only after defeating the Inner Hall disciples would they be qualified to enter the final competition for the position of deputy curator. As a result, nearly 80% of the people were blocked. Today, it was Lei Hu and another Inner Hall disciple's turn to be on duty. Just in the morning, the two of them had forced back 50 to 60 people who had come to compete. But in the afternoon, a female martial warriors came. She only brought one companion with her, but she managed to repel many martial artists from the outer martial hall. That was not all. That female martial warriors even insulted them, saying that the #1 martial arts hall in Zhou State was filled with a bunch of good-for-nothings. When Lei Hu and the rest heard this, how could they let it go? And then, you lost. At first, Qing Bai and Bu Zhou thought it was just an ordinary challenge. However, when they saw Lei Hu's expression, their expressions turned serious. Lei Hu is useless. Not only did he lose, he lost within 3 moves. Lei Hu was ashamed and lowered his head. Within 3 moves. Even Yi Baiming had a look of surprise. Lei Hu was currently ranked 30th among the 50 disciples of the Inner Hole. In terms of strength, he could be considered an expert of the martial arts hole. That female martial warrior was able to injure Lei Hu in 3 moves. It was obvious that her strength had long surpassed Lei Hu, who was a martial arts grandmaster. Lei Hu, which country is that female martial warrior from? What battle technique is she using? Bu Jiuxiao was most suspicious that this female martial warrior was from later Qin's Big Dipper martial arts hole. Just like the relationship between Zhou State and later Qin, as the #1 martial arts hall in Zhou State, Wushuan Wuji martial arts hall and later Qin's Big Dipper martial arts hall had been like fire and water for many years. Between the 2 martial arts halls, there were often private fights between disciples. That female martial warrior did not look like someone from the 5 nations. Her battle technique was also very powerful. I remember that her battle chi was also unique. It was black like flames, but I could not tell what battle technique it was. Lei Hu only knew that much. Although the other party had said that she would defeat him within 3 moves, she had actually only used 2. Battle chi that was like black flames. On the mainland, there were many types of battle chi. The darker the color of the battle chi, the stronger the opponent's strength. Even Qi Tian, Yun Ba He, and the others could only have golden battle chi. However, the female martial warrior that Lei Hu spoke of was able to use black battle chi. That proved that her strength was not to be underestimated. Lei Hu, is that female warrior a short-haired girl with a tall figure, pretty face, and likes to wear black clothes? Yi Baiming, who had been listening quietly from the side without saying anything, suddenly opened his mouth. Yes, it's short hair. She's wearing a martial warrior's uniform made of beast skin. She looks very beautiful. Lei Hu scratched his head in embarrassment. Actually, he still had some things that he was hiding from Yi Baiming and the others. When that female martial warrior appeared at Wushuan Wuji Martial Arts Hall, a few outer sect disciples recklessly went to take liberties with her. Who would have thought that their legs would be crippled by that woman on the spot? A few inner sect disciples couldn't stand it anymore, so a conflict broke out. In the end, it turned into the female martial warrior mocking Wushuan Wuji Martial Arts Hall for having no one. It seems that I already know her identity. Let's go and take a look at Wushuan Wuji Martial Arts Hall. Yi Baiming's face was covered with a layer of shadow. Hey Lin Lin, the young matriarch of the Bakra Orcs Black Qilin King clan. Why would she suddenly appear in Jade Capital? Those who came did not come with good intentions. He still wanted to meet that woman. Chapter 852. Inside the Wushuan Limitless Martial School, a group of outer and inner sect disciples retreated as they looked at He Lin Lin and her companions in horror. This woman looked as beautiful as a flower, but her attacks were very vicious. Just now, many of her senior brothers and sisters had already been injured by her. None of them could withstand a single move. He Lin Lin was bored as she sized up the Wushuan Limitless Martial School. The #1 martial arts school in Zhou State was only so-so. It was hard to imagine that a genius like him would actually learn martial arts in such a shabby martial arts school. After parting ways with Yi Baiming in the Dutian Blood Beast world, He Lin Lin returned to the Bakra Orcs. However, she could not forget Yi Baiming. Coincidentally, the patriarch of the Black Qilin clan, who was also He Lin Lin's father, had come to the Boundless Land for an important matter. He Lin Lin specially asked her father to let her come to the Boundless Land on his behalf. However, she did not expect that the matter her father wanted her to do. Thinking of this, the corners of He Lin Lin's mouth curled into a charming smile. Yi Baiming, the two of us are indeed destined to be together. This time, don't even think about escaping from my grasp. Are you the one who injured the people from the martial arts school? Just as He Linlin was thinking, Bu Jiuxiao led Lei Hu and the others over aggressively. He Linlin glanced at Bu Jiuxiao and realized that his battle energy was indeed much stronger than the others. However, He Linlin's heroic and somewhat beautiful eyes could not help but light up. She saw Yi Baiming behind Bu Jiuxiao. After not seeing him for a few months, he seemed to have lost weight. However, he had also become stronger. He Linlin's gaze shifted to Yi Baiming and she could not help but be stunned. That was the divine battle halberd. She did not expect Yi Baiming to have successfully merged with the divine battle halberd. It seemed that what her father said was true. Yi Baiming was indeed from the Qilin clan. He Linlin's unscrupulous gaze made Yi Baiming a little unhappy. This woman was a little too bold. At the same time, He Linlin also noticed that the disciple she had injured earlier had brought a few people back. May I ask, miss, why have you come to Wu Profound Limitless School today? After Bu Jiuxiao saw He Linlin's appearance, he only felt that this woman was weak and slender. Apart from her sharp eyes, she looked even weaker than the female warriors of the dojo. Wushuan Limitless Hall is recruiting deputy curators. I'm naturally here for the position of deputy curator. He Linlin brushed her hair, and her beautiful eyes seemed to fall on Yi Baiming's body. The latter was completely indifferent to her goodwill, which made the proud and arrogant He Linlin very dissatisfied. Miss, those who participate in the competition must have official proof of identity. If you want to participate, you must follow the procedures of the dojo. Bu Jiuxiao was still considered polite. What procedures? It's just a tattered dojo. I'm willing to be the deputy curator. You should be grateful. Besides, none of you can defeat me. He Linlin was extremely arrogant. Seeing that Yi Baiming was ignoring her, she vented her anger on the dojo. He Linlin's words made the disciples of Wushuan Limitless School extremely angry. They all surrounded him. All of you, step down. Let me spar with this lady. How could Bu Jiuxiao not be angry? It was just that as the eldest senior brother of the inner sect, he needed to shoulder the responsibility of guarding the dojo. Miss, if you want to be the deputy curator, you still need to pass through me. Bu Jiuxiao took a step forward. Compared to those unrated martial warriors, you can still barely fight with me. As He Linlin spoke, his feet had already moved. It had to be said that He Linlin was a rather charming woman. She might not be as agile as Yunxing, nor was she as seductive as Hu Linglong, but her every move emitted a different kind of feeling. He Linlin walked neither fast nor slow, like a female leopard waiting for its prey to relax. She only walked beside Bu Jiuxiao. Bu Jiuxiao did not dare to be careless. Do Qi spread out and protected his body. Even though it was a duel, Bu Jiuxiao was worried that He Linlin was a woman. If he made the first move, he would inevitably be at a disadvantage. Therefore, he waited for He Linlin to make the first move before making the first move. Suddenly, He Linlin stood still. Her hands moved to her abdomen and her feet stepped on the ground. She suddenly jumped more than a foot higher. Her cherry blossom-like red lips suddenly spat out a breath. It was a breath of black Do Qi that blew towards Bu Jiuxiao. That breath of Do Qi seemed calm, but in midair, it suddenly turned into an arrow. That arrow was fast and swift, and it shot towards Bu Jiuxiao's throat in an instant. Bu Jiuxiao had never seen anyone use Do Qi like this. His heart trembled. He did not dare to be careless. His feet moved and he dodged that Do Qi arrow. Who would have thought that He Linlin, who had stopped in midair, would not give up so easily? She spat out mouthfuls of Do Qi like rain. In a breath, hundreds of Do Qi arrows shot towards Bu Jiuxiao like a storm. Those Do Qi arrows were incomparably powerful. They instantly pierced through Bu Jiuxiao's Do Qi wall. Bu Jiuxiao only felt the blood in his body roiling. For a moment, he actually had no strength to resist. He Linlin's face revealed a pleased expression. Who would have thought that at this moment, a figure flashed in front of Bujiu Xiao like the wind? Yi Baiming waved his arm and swung his palm. A wave of Do Qi that could topple mountains and overturn seas attacked those Do Qi arrows. Those Do Qi arrows suddenly changed direction and attacked He Linlin. This change came too quickly. It was completed in just a breath's time. He Linlin did not have time to react. Even though she tried her best to dodge, those hundreds of Do Qi arrows were already very close. The closest one was already less than an inch away from her forehead. A chill rose from the bottom of her feet to the top of her head. In He Linlin's moment of danger, those hundreds of Do Qi arrows actually exploded in front of her. The remaining power of the Do Qi arrow brushed past He Linlin's cheek. She let out a muffled groan and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of her eye. He Linlin, this is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Scram! Yi Baiming's counterattack was very humiliating to He Linlin. He Linlin was too arrogant. If he did not kill her prestige, Wushuan Limitless Martial School's reputation would fall to the ground this time. Even though he was not willing to be the deputy head of Wushuan Limitless Martial School, Yi Baiming was even more unwilling to see his good friend Bujiu Xiao get injured. He Linlin and Yi Baiming had fought a total of 3 times. The first 2 times were in the Blood Beast world. At that time, she and Yi Baiming had only met for the first time. The two of them had fought to a draw both times. But this time, even if He Linlin was unwilling to admit it, she had lost. Moreover, she had lost very thoroughly. Could it be that in just a few short months, Yi Baiming's strength had improved again? This kind of improvement speed was too terrifying. He Linlin could not help but be shocked. Chapter 853. Before coming to the Boundless Land, He Linlin had always been the most outstanding young genius among the Bakra orcs. Last time, she fought Yi Baiming to a draw. This was also the reason why He Linlin looked at Yi Baiming in a different light. He Linlin originally thought that when she met Yi Baiming again, she would beat him. Who would have thought that she would lose to him instead? He Linlin couldn't help but feel fearful at such an astonishing speed of improvement. But what made He Linlin most angry was that Yi Baiming didn't take her seriously. Last time, all his attention was attracted by that woman called Yunxing. And this time, he only cared about his friend. Yi Baiming, you actually dared to hurt me. Last time, you humiliated me. This time, you hurt me even more. Just wait and see, you will regret it. Even though it was just a false alarm, He Linlin had never lost in front of anyone since she was young. She left with her companions hatefully. Yi Baiming and Qing Bai sent Bujiu Xiao to the little Xiantong. After a check, Dr. Fan discovered that Bujiu Xiao's internal organs had been injured. What a tyrannical battle, Qi. Jiu Xiao, who did you fight with? Dr. Fan had never seen Bujiu Xiao suffer such a big loss. I'm not sure either. That woman's battle Qi is very powerful. If Baiming wasn't here today, I'm afraid it wouldn't be as simple as an injury. After today's battle, Bujiu Xiao realized that there was always someone better than him. He Linlin's battle Qi was very special. Not only could she freely control her battle Qi, but she could also turn it into any kind of offensive weapon. This was completely different from the martial arts training that Bujiu Xiao had received in the past. It was because of this that he lost the battle with He Linlin as soon as he entered the arena. Bujiu Xiao's dejection fell into Yi Baiming's eyes. Jiu Xiao, don't take it to heart. That woman is not someone you can deal with right now. She is a descendant of the Bakra orcs. Her Do Qi cultivation method is different from ours. Yi Baiming had fought with the Bakra orcs before, so he had some understanding of their magic and battle techniques. Biming, you said that she's from the Bakra orcs? She dared to barge into the Jade capital? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by other forces? The deterrence of the Bakra orcs was really not small. Bu Jiuxiao and the rest also did not expect that He Linlin was actually a descendant of the beasts. It was just that just by looking at it from the outside, one really couldn't tell why. After the previous divine artifact search mission, the strength of the few major factions was more or less affected. In the short term, no one has the energy to ask about one or two descendants of the Bakra orcs. What Yi Biming said was the predicament that the few major factions of the continent were facing. For the few major factions, they did not find the divine artifact during the trip to Taiyuan Mountain, but many of their elites had died. The Zhao state had lost its main representative, and the other major factions had also suffered considerable losses. Even Xia Wenqiu of the Dharma Temple was inexplicably injured. He Linlin probably knew about it, so she took advantage of this juncture to sneak into the boundless land. However, what Yi Biming was truly worried about was not what He Linlin wanted to do to the Wushuan Limitless Hall. What he was worried about was why He Linlin had come to the Jade capital. A person like He Linlin obviously would not be interested in the dojo. She was only here to cause trouble. However, the Bakra clan had brazenly come to the capital of Zhou state. Things were probably not that simple. In the palace of Zhou state, the emperor of Zhou state had just finished his morning court session. The imperial study was resplendent. This was also the favorite place of the emperor of Zhou state. The imperial study had also witnessed his painstaking efforts over the years. From an unsuccessful crown prince, he had become an emperor above everyone. However, today, there was a person sitting on the dragon throne in the imperial study. How dare you? Who dares to barge into the imperial study? Sitting on the dragon throne was a beautiful woman. She had short hair and a pair of eyes that glowed with a divine radiance. When she saw the Yi Di of Zhou state, she did not panic. She only curled her lips and her eyebrows were filled with disdain. Yi Qingtian, how dare you speak to this saintess in such a tone? As the young girl spoke, a token appeared in her hand. That token was made of black gold, and there was a lifelike qilin on it. Although the qilin was carved, it seemed to have a mysterious power that made one's knees go soft. When the Yi Qingtian of Zhou state saw the token, his anger was replaced by fear. He immediately closed the door and knelt down respectfully. I didn't know that the saintess had arrived. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Who would have thought that the emperor of Zhou state had already colluded with the Bakra clan's Black Qilin tribe? Humph, you ought to know why I've come here today, right? He Linlin snorted coldly at the sight of the human emperor bowing to her. The saintess suddenly came. Could it be because? Yi Qingtian probed. It's time to return what you took from the Black Qilin tribe. Let me ask you, is Yi Biming the baby from back then? He Linlin suddenly changed the topic. When Yi Qingtian heard this, hatred flashed across his eyes. However, his face was still respectful. It's him. It's really him. He Linlin smiled when she heard this. Then, he's my half-brother. No wonder he's so strong. I was wondering how the human race could have such a brave warrior. When he heard the words half-brother, Yi Qingtian's heart churned with hatred. It's been hard on you. In order to protect the throne of Zhou state, you're even willing to give up your own woman. He Linlin looked at the Yi Emperor of Zhou state with contempt. He Linlin only recently found out that she actually had an elder brother on the boundless continent. When she met Yi Biming in the Dutian blood beast world, especially when Yi Biming was able to enter the Qilin tomb, she already had doubts in her heart. When she returned to the Black Qilin tribe to ask around, she indeed found out a huge secret from her father. This secret was related to a scandal between the royal family of Zhou state and the Bakra clan. Back then, the emperor of Zhou state, Yi Qingtian, was only a prince. He schemed to marry the daughter of the richest merchant in Zhou State, Empress Li. However, due to his limited talent, it was still difficult for him to gain the trust of the previous emperor of Zhou State. One day, Yi Qingtian went out to hunt but was unexpectedly attacked. When he was on the verge of death, he was saved by a mysterious man. That man was tall and burly. When he killed his enemies, he was like the wind and lightning. He was like the king of eagles in the dark night. His aura was overbearing and he emitted an unparalleled strength. Even Yi Qingtian, who was also a man, couldn't help but submit to him. Yi Qingtian only found out after the incident that the man's true identity was actually the young master of the Bakra clan that had long disappeared from the continent. He was also He Linlin's father, the young master of the Black Qilin royal family, He Yao. On Saturday, Dan Xiufu looked at the girls with tears in her eyes. Girls, old and new, remember to scatter your monthly votes and rush to the top of the rankings. Chapter 854. He Linlin's appearance caused Yi Qingtian to be immersed in memories from more than a decade ago. Yi Qingtian and He Yao were originally completely unrelated. At that time, Yi Qingtian was just a weak prince. He had a beautiful wife but no power behind him that could support his rise. He Yao was the opposite. He was young and arrogant. Behind him was a high-class beast tribe. At that time, he was already a peak martial emperor. When he learned of He Yao's identity, Yi Qingtian was shocked. However, he quickly realized that this was a great opportunity for him. He immediately suggested that he would work with He Yao. He would be the spy of the Black Qilin tribe in the Boundless Continent while the powerful Black Qilin tribe would help Yi Qingtian ascend to the throne. Yi Qingtian had a good plan but he still underestimated He Yao. He Yao was very similar to He Linlin. However, compared to the current He Linlin, He Yao was undoubtedly a more far-sighted person. He had planned to save Yi Qingtian in the first place. He agreed to help Yi Qingtian obtain the throne of Zhou State but he had other conditions. Even though more than a decade had passed, Yi Qingtian still remembered He Yao's words. I can help you make your dream come true, but I have a condition. I want your woman to accompany me for 3 days and 3 nights. When Yi Qingtian heard this, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He didn't expect He Yao to covet his woman. At that time, Yi Qingtian had just married Madame Li. Madame Li's beauty was famous in Zhou State. Yi Qingtian struggled in his heart. He weighed the pros and cons and finally convinced himself that women were like clothes. Madame Li was a person who understood the big picture. She would definitely understand his difficulties. He agreed to He Yao's condition. When he returned to the Jade capital, he told Madame Li about his agreement with He Yao. Yi Qingtian knelt in front of a woman for the first time and cried bitterly. He told Madame Li about his depression over the years. At that time, Madame Li was only 16 years old. After hearing everything, her beautiful face didn't have any expression. She only changed into a plain dress. Facing the cold wind, she boarded He Yao's carriage and left for 3 days and 3 nights. To Yi Qingtian, those 3 days and 3 nights were the most humiliating 3 days and 3 nights. However, at the same time, his heart was filled with anticipation because he knew that he was one step closer to the throne that he longed for. However, what Yi Qingtian didn't expect was that after Madame Li returned, she became pregnant. Needless to say, Yi Qingtian knew that it was He Yao's flesh and blood. Yi Qingtian hated this to the bone. He wanted to kill Madame Li and the bastard in her womb with his own hands. However, Yi Qingtian didn't dare to do so because he knew that the bastard was left behind by He Yao. It would be the most advantageous chess piece for the Black Qilin race to attack the boundless world. Madame Li's belly grew bigger day by day. With the help of the Black Chelan clan, Enchanting reached the peak of power day by day. 9 months later, he was crowned as the crown prince and eventually inherited the throne. At that time, He Yao had no choice but to leave the boundless continent and return to the Eight Desolates continent because he wanted to inherit the position of patriarch of the Black Chelan clan. When He Yao left, he did not leave behind a single word. Madame Li also became Empress Li, but the child in her womb became blind the moment he was born. Finally, Empress Li was banished to the Cold Palace and died in the Cold Palace. However, Yi Baiming survived like wild grass and even his eyes regained their sight. Yi Baiming's existence was a humiliation to Yi Qingtian. More than 10 years ago, the matter of him swapping his wife for glory was a constant reminder to him. However, Yi Qingtian didn't dare to kill Yi Baiming because he knew that one day, He Yao would return to find his flesh and blood. Yi Qingtian sank into his memories and couldn't pull himself out. At the side, He Linlin was sizing up the human emperor. It was undeniable that Yi Qingtian had a good appearance. Although he was middle-aged, one could still see his youthful appearance. His eyebrows were long like willows and his figure was like a jade tree. It was no wonder that Empress Li of Zhou State was infatuated with him for decades. However, if this man could even betray his wife, could he still be considered a man? He didn't have the right to be compared to her father. When He Linlin was young, she had seen her father, He Yao, looking into the distance with a gentle gaze. Her father didn't love her mother. It was said that when he traveled to the human world, he fell in love with a married woman. That woman was Madame Li. Until this time, when she returned to the Eight Desolate tribe and told her father about Yi Baiming, her father told her that Yi Baiming might be her elder brother. Saintess, did you come here to find your elder brother? To be honest, he is currently in the Jade capital. If you want to reunite with him, I'm afraid you can only do it privately. Yi Qingtian retracted his thoughts. Facing the Black Chelan clan that had once helped him, Yi Di was both respectful and fearful. His cooperation with the Black Chelan clan was a secret that couldn't be revealed. If other countries on the continent found out, Zhou State would be accused of betraying the human race. Even the citizens of Zhou State wouldn't forgive him. No, I'm not here to reunite with him. I want you to use father's name to grant him a marriage. I want to marry him. He Linlin spoke her thoughts without hesitation. What? How can that be? Saintess, you and Baiming are siblings. Yi Di of Zhou State couldn't help but be shocked by He Linlin's boldness. It was said that the women of the beast race were bold and open-minded. However, to the Yi Di of Zhou State, this kind of thing that was close to breaking the rules of ethics was really disgraceful and unethical. What's wrong with that? Close relatives aren't allowed to marry each other. That's just the stupid idea of you humans. In the Black Chelan clan, there has always been the custom of siblings marrying each other. Especially for the royal family, in order to maintain the nobility of their bloodline, it is customary for close relatives to marry each other. My grandfather and grandmother are cousins. He Linlin sneered. There was also such a saying among the Bakra orcs. Within the same clan, if the blood clan members married each other, there was a certain chance that they would give birth to a child with low IQ. However, there was also a small chance that they would give birth to an absolute expert with extraordinary talent. He Yao himself was born from close relatives. His strength could be ranked in the top 3 among the hundreds of Chelan clan leaders. It was said that he was only slightly inferior to the Black Chelan king of the 8 Desolate Beast Mound. He Linlin and Yi Baiming had been separated since young. The two of them didn't have any feelings for each other. Yi Baiming was the man she fell in love with at first sight. She had to become his wife. He Linlin believed that as long as she and Yi Baiming were together, their children could even become peak existences that surpassed the strongest Black Chelan king. But Saintess, Baiming already has a fiancé. I'm afraid he won't agree to your request. Yi Qingtian felt a wave of regret when he remembered that he had personally agreed to this marriage. Chapter 855. Are you talking about that woman with the surname Yun? Humph, she's not worthy of Yi Baiming. You're the emperor of Zhou State, can't you control a mere prince? Just issue an imperial edict and ask them to cancel the marriage. He Linlin didn't see the ugly expression of Zhou State's Yi Di and gave the order. In He Linlin's opinion, how could the noble bloodline of the Black Qilin King be tainted by a lowly human female magician? Only she was the most suitable wife for Yi Baiming. Yi Qingtian complained incessantly. This Black Qilin race's saintess really didn't know the suffering of the hungry. What kind of personality did Yi Baiming have? He was like a smelly stone in a latrine, smelly and hard. Also, who was that Yunxing? In just a few years, she went from an orphan girl on the streets to the owner of the continent's #1 medical center, Little Xiantang, and the vice leader of the Heaven Hunting Corps. Even the emperor of Zhou State had to give in to her. Yi Qingtian, or do you plan to let the entire Zhou State know that their emperor is a person who swaps wives for glory? He Linlin threatened. Saintess, don't worry. I'll summon Baiming into the palace. As for the marriage, Qingtian knows what to do. Yi Qingtian didn't dare to offend this female fiend and could only agree. He Linlin temporarily stayed in Zhou State's palace. Saintess, if the patriarch knows about your rash decision, I'm afraid he won't be satisfied. He originally wanted you to marry Prince Dugu. The Black Qilin tribe's elder Mo Qin, who accompanied He Linlin, had a worried expression. What He Linlin told Yi Qingtian was only a part of the truth. One of the reasons why Patriarch He Yao sent He Linlin to the Boundless Continent was to find the son he had purposely left behind in the Boundless Continent. And that son wasn't Yi Baiming alone. In fact, with He Yao's intelligence, how could he choose only one woman to pass on his son to? Yi Qingtian was only one of the people he had chosen. There was also a noble woman from a martial arts country who was also from the royal family. She had also had a brief relationship with him and obtained his flesh and blood. He Yao did that back then because he was young and romantic. On the other hand, he wanted to prepare for the 8 Desolation tribes' counterattack on the boundless world. These heirs of the royal family would definitely rise to a high position in the future. It would be very beneficial for them to counterattack the boundless world. However, He Yao had never imagined that there would be a day when he would need to bring these descendants back to the 8 Desolates continent. Back then, when He Yao returned to the 8 Desolates continent, even though he had many children, the one with the best talent among them all was He Linlin. Although He Linlin's strength was not bad, her personality was cold and arrogant. She was not the best candidate to inherit the position of patriarch. It was at this time that Lord Shengong of the Beast God Altar divined that a peerless expert of the Black Qilin clan would be born. Under the leadership of this expert, the Black Qilin clan would rebuild the glory of thousands of years ago. According to the Shengong's divination, this expert would appear in the direction of the boundless world. It was only then that He Yao remembered his heirs on the boundless world. He was certain that one of them would be the expert who would lead the Black Qilin clan back to the peak. After a secret discussion with the beast god Altar Shengong, he decided to find this person and bring him back to the 8 Desolates continent. He would marry He Linlin and inherit the position of patriarch of the Black Qilin tribe. When He Linlin heard this news, she thought that since it was her husband, she would have to choose him personally. She would personally head to the boundless world to choose the most suitable candidate for her husband. However, He Linlin chose Yi Baiming as her future husband without the permission of Patriarch He Yao and the beast god Altar Shengong. This was something that the Qilin elder did not approve of. In fact, before coming to Zhou State, He Linlin had already headed to Later Qin. Back then, young patriarch He Yao had chosen another noblewoman from the imperial family. She was the current empress of later Qin, Madame Qing. Zhou State and later Qin were both martial arts powerhouses. In terms of bloodline, they were more suitable for the Black Qilin tribe, who were martial artists. However, unlike Madame Li, who had a chaste personality, this later Qin empress had taken the initiative to find He Yao. The later Qin emperor was completely kept in the dark. Later Qin emperor ruled the country with iron and blood. His harem of women were as numerous as the clouds in the sky. Even Madame Qing, who was already later Qin's imperial concubine, could only wait for his favor once a month. At that time, the later Qin emperor already had a nameless heir. However, he had never appointed an empress. On one hand, Madame Qing could not wait for his favor. On the other hand, she urgently needed an heir to stabilize her position. She met He Yao by chance. She immediately fell for He Yao. Madame Qing was a typical later Qin woman. She was sexy and voluptuous. At that time, she was indeed in love with He Yao for a while. Even after He Yao met Madame Li, he was still connected to Madame Qing. It was also because of Madame Qing that Duge Xiu found out his true identity from Madame Qing when he was only 3 years old. Due to He Yao's bloodline, Duge Xiu was talented since he was young. He stood out among the princes of later Qin. Madame Qing also sat in the back seat because of her son. When Duge Xiu was 8 years old, he received the guidance of a Qilin tribe expert sent by He Yao. He began to learn the various battle techniques and cultivation methods of the Qilin tribe. Whether it was the Qilin blood crystal or Duge Xiu's extraordinary battle techniques, they were all taught by Patriarch He Yao personally. In terms of preference, Patriarch He Yao was more willing to hand over the position of Patriarch to Duge Xiu. However, after He Linlin met this elder brother of hers, she did not like him. Especially when He Linlin found out that Duge Xiu was with a woman from the Ba Serpent tribe. She was even more disdainful. Furthermore, Duge Xiu was very ambitious. He wanted to unify the entire boundless continent. He was not willing to go to an undeveloped continent like the Eight Desolates continent. He even told He Linlin directly that he would not marry her. The woman he wanted to marry was Yunxing. After hearing this news, He Linlin was furious. She did not expect that the 2 sons left behind by her father, He Yao, in the boundless continent would fall in love with the same woman. What was so good about Yunxing? In terms of appearance and status, she was not inferior to Yunxing. However, He Linlin quickly understood. This was also good. Duge Xiu wanted Yunxing, and she wanted Yi Baiming. With the 2 of them, there was no need to worry about not being able to achieve their goal. Of course, Patriarch He Yao and Elder Qilin did not know about this secret agreement. No matter what, Saintess, you should think twice before you act. I think that Yi Baiming is not a good person. Elder Qilin thought of Yi Baiming's skills and muttered in his heart. I love Yi Baiming. As for Duge Xiu, he already has a harem full of women. Don't tell me you want me to share a husband with a bunch of vulgar human women. He Linlin glared. He Linlin, would never share Yi Baiming with any woman. However, at this moment, Duge Xiu had already brought his crown princess back to later Qin. Chapter 856. More than a dozen carriages from later Qin stopped beside a wide river. The river was called Ao River. After crossing it, they would arrive at the capital of later Qin. Duge Xiu stared at the river with a cold expression. Your Highness, the Saintess just sent a letter. As soon as Duge Xiu got out of the carriage, a guard came with a letter. Duge Xiu only glanced at it a few times before he shattered it with his fighting power. He Linlin, his half-sister from a different mother, was really a troublemaker. This was the second time Duge Xiu and He Linlin had met. About 10 years ago, when Duge Xiu was only 8 or 9 years old, he had to go through the cruelest trial in history. The princes of later Qin were different from the princes of other countries. Before Duge Xiu was 10 years old, the later Qin Emperor Duge Xing hadn't decided on a successor. He sent all the princes and princesses in the later Qin palace, from 3 to 10 years old, to a group of killers to train. Duge Xing only had one thing to say to these princes and princesses. He didn't care who lived or died, he only wanted the strongest one. Under the training of the group of killers, these noble-blooded princes and princesses had been in the company of magical beasts since they were young. They would cut off the arms of their half-brothers without batting an eyelid just to be able to eat a full meal. The living environment of the princes and princesses of later Qin was even worse than that of the demonic beasts in the Dutian blood beast sector. Duge Xiu was the strongest of all the princes and princesses. He was arrogant and never associated with the other princes and princesses, but he received the most food and rewards every time. But in the last trial, Duge Xiu was chased by a group of people led by the 4th prince and the 6th princess. He had no choice but to escape into a mountain full of 6th-rank greenback leopards. He was very unlucky. After running for a day and a night, he didn't find any food or water. Instead, he was attacked by a group of hungry greenback leopards. An 8 or 9-year-old child, no matter how powerful he was almost killed by the leopards because of multiple injuries and lack of blood. Just when Duge Xiu couldn't hold on any longer, an arrow chief shot through the air and he heard the giggling voice of a girl. He saw a girl and a middle-aged man. The girl was about 5 or 6 years old. She had big black eyes and a delicate nose. She was making faces at Duge Xiu. "Hey, I heard you're my brother. But you're useless. You can't even beat a few kittens," He Linlin mocked. Several dozen greenback leopards were actually just a few kittens in her eyes. After saying that, He Linlin arched her back and condensed a black battle chi dagger in her small palm. Like a butterfly shuttle, she passed through dozens of leopards. Chi! Chi! The warm blood splashed down like rain. As the girl passed by, the greenback leopards fell to the ground. Direct and efficient, cold-blooded and merciless. He Linlin of the Qilin clan was already a genius when she was only 6 years old. Are you convinced? You dare to call yourself my brother with this ability? The dagger disappeared from He Linlin's hand. She looked at Duge Xiu with disdain. But even though he was exhausted, Duge Xiu didn't show the slightest intention of yielding. He walked forward and tore off a few pieces of leopard meat. He drank the leopard blood and slowly recovered his strength. Seeing this, the middle-aged man who was traveling with He Linlin had a rare look in his eyes. He walked forward and said respectfully, "Your Highness Xiu, I'm the master sent by clan leader He Yao to teach you martial arts." Duge Xiu still didn't say anything. Only when he was full did he wipe his mouth and point at He Linlin. "You can make me stronger than her." Hearing this, He Linlin went berserk and threatened to kill Duge Xiu. But the smile on the middle-aged man's face deepened. He just nodded. From then on, Duge Xiu followed the expert of the Black Qilin clan to learn martial arts. About a month later, Duge Xiu left the mountain range. The first thing he did after leaving was to find the 4th prince and the 6th princess and kill them directly. Duge Xiu even returned to the later Qin imperial palace and killed the mother of the 2 princes and princesses. This incident caused a sensation in the later Qin Empire. The imperial court was divided into 2 factions. One faction condemned Duge Xiu, while the other supported Duge Xiu. But the later Qin emperor had a different opinion. He thought that his iron-blooded education was a success. It was also after that incident that the later Qin emperor, Duge Xing, looked at Duge Xiu differently and decided to let him inherit the throne. At that time, He Linlin and Duga Xiu had a grudge. Although one of them returned to the Eight Desolates continent and the other stayed in the Boundless continent, they both saw each other as competitors. It was not until Duga Xiu met Yi Baiming that he realized that there was someone in the Boundless continent who could compete with him. 10 years passed in a flash. Later Qin Empire did not participate in the disturbance in the Dutian Blood Beast world, but Duga Xiu had a premonition that the Black Qilin clan was ready to make a move. The continent had been peaceful for thousands of years. The opportunity that the Eight Desolates tribe had been waiting for had finally arrived. Sure enough, He Linlin and the Qilin clan's elders quickly found Duga Xiu. As He Yao's son, Duga Xiu did not care much about the Eight Desolates tribe's counterattack. This was because he thought that regardless of whether the Eight Desolates tribe returned, he would still be the absolute ruler of the Boundless continent. When He Linlin met Duga Xiu again, she was no longer the little girl from back then. Duga Xiu had to admit that He Linlin had already grown into a beautiful woman who could move people's hearts. However, Duga Xiu was not interested in He Yao's idea of him marrying He Linlin. Firstly, although he was a descendant of the Qilin clan, he had grown up in the Boundless continent after all. He had learned about human relations and morals since he was young. He did not agree to a brother-sister marriage. Secondly, He Linlin was an arrogant person. Although she was beautiful, she was definitely not a good match. Duga Xiu rejected He Linlin directly. He told her that he already had a candidate for the crown princess. However, what surprised him was that when He Linlin found out that the person he liked was Yunxing, she did not fly into a rage out of humiliation. On the contrary, she even extended an olive branch. It turned out that He Linlin had fallen in love with Yi Baiming at first sight. She wanted to form an alliance with Duga Xiu. Duga Xiu would marry her as the crown princess, and she would bring Yi Baiming back to the Eight Desolates continent. Although Duga Xiu had verbally agreed to He Linlin's proposal, he was not very optimistic about whether He Linlin could successfully become a couple with Yi Baiming. However, this was no longer important. He Linlin's letter stated that she had obtained the permission of the Zhou state's emperor to force Yi Baiming and Yunxing to break off the engagement. He Linlin also said in the letter that she wanted Duga Xiu to speed up the process and consummate the marriage with Yunxing as soon as possible. Consummate the marriage. TSK, this was easier said than done. Duga Xiu looked at Yunxing, who had alighted from the phoenix chariot. The wind on the river was very strong. Yunxing faced the wind, and her black hair fluttered gently. At that moment, she was so beautiful that she did not seem like a mortal. Chapter 857. After crossing this river, she would be in later Qin. It would be even more difficult to escape. Yunxing was dressed in a bright red dress, and her hair hung down like a waterfall. Yunxing did not know how beautiful she looked. The later Qin soldiers stared blankly at the scene. Yunxing stared at the surface of the river. The waves were turbulent, and a sand gull was struggling to fly upstream against the strong wind. Yunxing's current mood was like that of the sand gull. She had lived 2 lives, but she had never fallen to such a state like this before. Without the summoning ring, she couldn't summon the beasts, and her Dharma soul was sealed by Duga Xiu. Now, she couldn't even control her own body. It was so frustrating. This time, she fell into Duga Xiu's trap because she was too reckless. In the past few days, Yunxing had been tossing and turning in the carriage, thinking about how to get rid of the silver snake mark. She had even thought of peeling off his skin and bones, but none of them worked. After thinking about it, she felt that the whole thing was a little strange. Only a few people knew about the whereabouts of Gu Feng and Ling Er. How could Duga Xiu find them? Also, Duga Xiu had prepared soul attraction and dream entanglement to deal with her. It was the same when she couldn't contact Yi Baiming. For some reason, she was a little worried about Yi Baiming. Yunxing smiled bitterly in her heart. Only when Duge Xiu forced her to marry him did she suddenly realize that Yi Baiming was the only one who could accept intimate actions. Maybe she was really used to the existence of the night fox. Shaking her head, Yunxing looked away. Now, she had to think of a way to get out of the predicament in front of her. She felt that the whole thing was too carefully calculated. Later Qin is windy. I'll ask someone to make a batch of winter clothes for you in a few days. Duge Xiu walked up and put his cloak on Yunxing's shoulders. She had not rested well for the past few days. Her face had lost a lot of weight, her eye sockets had deepened, and her face had become even more petite. Yunxing didn't appreciate Duge Xiu's obvious goodwill. She threw off Duge Xiu's cloak and turned to walk towards the phoenix carriage. A gust of wind came from behind, and Yunxing was just about to dodge when she felt her arm being grabbed, and she was thrown into the phoenix chariot along with her cloak. Duge Xiu jumped into the car, and the car spun around due to the vibrations. The dragon horses pulling the carriage were frightened and kept neighing on the spot. When Dong Wangling saw what was happening, she was afraid that Duge Xiu would bully Yunxing. Thus, when Dong Wangling wanted to rush onto the carriage, she was stopped by Madame Qi Bai. Recognize your status. Right now, you are nothing more than a palace maid. Madame Qi Bai's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at the phoenix carriage. Her hands were tightly clenched as she stared at the hazy phoenix carriage. On the carriage, Duge Xiu's tall figure could be clearly seen, and Yunxing was nowhere to be seen. Duge Xiu grabbed onto Yunxing's hands and pressed her against the wall of the carriage. Duge Xiu was very angry, and his eagle-like eyes were filled with hostility. This damned woman, just how many times has she disobeyed me? Along the way, he asked to be in the same carriage as her, but was kicked off by her. Yunxing didn't even look at the various toys that he brought over. As expected, women cannot be spoiled. However, every time he wanted to be ruthless towards Yunxing, when he met her soul-stirring black eyes, everything would fall apart. He Lin wanted him to hug this woman as soon as possible, how could he not want to? The current Yunxing was as weak as a kitten. As long as he wanted to, he could take her at any time. However, he was unable to do so. With this woman's fierce temper, if he were to really do so, she might really fight him to the death. Duge Xiu pinched onto Yunxing's chin, feeling the smoothness of her fingertips. Yunxing, I'm warning you, there is a limit to my patience. If you dare to embarrass me in front of everyone again, I will kill Dong Wangling. Duge Xiu was very clear on how to deal with Yunxing. As expected, upon hearing what Duge Xiu said, Yunxing became a lot more docile, although there was still anger in her eyes. Duge Xiu, as long as I find a way to get rid of yearning in dreams, you will be dead meat. Yunxing turned her head away in disgust. She didn't like to be alone with Duge Xiu. Yunxing could always smell blood from Duge Xiu's body. This man's killing intent was too strong. I've said it before, either you let me sleep with you once, or you stay by my side obediently. As for other thoughts, don't even think about it. After crossing this river, you will be Dong Wangxing, so just obediently play the role of a princess. Otherwise, both of us won't be able to live a good life. Duge Xiu snorted. Pressing onto Yunxing like this, he felt a surge of hot blood rushing towards a certain part of his body, causing his eyes to burn with passion. On the phoenix chariot, the atmosphere became ambiguous. Your Highness, a few boats appeared on the river. From the looks of it, they seemed to be the boats sent by the imperial palace. Outside the chariot, Madame Qi Bai's words caused Duge Xiu to calm down. Got it. Send someone to find out who is coming from the imperial palace. Duge Xiu unwillingly let go of his hand and lowered his voice. Later Qin's imperial palace isn't as simple as you think it is. If you don't want to have sex with me so quickly, you better be more at ease. Although he had already placed a few shackles on Yunxing's body, Duguxiu was still somewhat worried. As the crown prince of Later Qin, once he returned to Later Qin, he would be busy with all sorts of matters. Yunxing and his wedding date was set to be 3 months later. In these 3 months, as his future crown princess, Yunxing had to stay in the crown prince's residence. The matters in the crown prince's residence would also be handed over to her to manage. Duguxiu was worried that Yunxing would still have to deal with the group of women in the crown prince's residence when he was not around during the day. However, he would instruct Shibai to help Yunxing during this period of time. However, Duguxiu had obviously neglected one point. Yunxing was not an ordinary woman. Even without the summoning ring and magic, she was still Yunxing. The person whom Duguxiu had sent to investigate returned very quickly. The person who was ordered to welcome the Princess Donghuang was Duguxiu's second brother, Duguqian. He was also the prince who had lost to Duguxiu in the competition for the crown prince of Later Qin. On the surface of the river, a few luxurious boats sped over like arrows. The wind on the river was strong, but the guards on the boats were all as still as nails. On the bow of the boat stood a man in embroidered clothes. Your Highness the Crown Prince. I heard that Your Highness the Crown Prince had brought the future Crown Princess back to the country, and I was ordered to come and welcome you. Duguqian's facial features were distinct and sharp. He was different from the masculine Duguxiu, and his face was exceptionally handsome. He was like an elegant noble son who appeared unrestrained and unrestrained. However, from time to time, a glint of shrewdness would appear in his eyes. It could be seen that this person was not simple. Previously, it was Duguqian who had ordered people to spread the news of Dong Huangling eloping with someone. He had wanted to use this opportunity to ruthlessly humiliate Duguxiu. However, at the last moment, Duguxiu had actually found the second Princess Donghuang, who had been separated from the common people. There had long been rumors in the imperial court that this princess was just a cover. She was an impostor that Duguxiu had found at the last minute. Duguqian had wanted to see what this princess who had grown up among the common people looked like. Chapter 858. Your Highness the Second Imperial Prince, there is no need for you to personally welcome her. I heard that the princess is a crude woman who grew up in the countryside. One of the second Imperial Prince Duguqian's bodyguards spoke up for the second Imperial Prince. Later Qin's eldest prince's mother was only a lowly palace maid. It was impossible for her to inherit the throne. If it wasn't for Duguxiu seizing the position of crown prince, Duguqian would definitely be the emperor of Later Qin. However, the third prince, Duguxiu, overtook him and seized the throne. Now, he was about to marry a commoner's woman, and the second prince had to welcome him with such great ceremony. In the eyes of these guards, this was clearly a disgraceful thing. Moreover, according to the crown prince's spies, this fake princess was vulgar and had a violent temperament. It was said that she had angered Duguqian many times. How could such a woman become the Empress of Later Qin? What do you know? I just want to personally test her and see what kind of woman my good younger brother has chosen. Duguqian had already seen the wedding procession on the shore. Duguxiu stood proudly at the front of the procession. Your Highness, I, Duguqian, am here to welcome you. The second prince walked onto the shore and respectfully bowed to Duguxiu. We're all family. Second brother, there's no need to be so polite. Duguxiu nodded. Duguqian's gaze moved to the phoenix carriage behind Duguxiu. After noticing Duguqian's gaze, Duguxiu's lips curled into a calculating smile. How could he not know Duguqian's intentions? Duguqian must have already heard the news and wanted to test what kind of woman the future crown princess was. Your Highness, I've long heard that the eastern capital is a blessed land with outstanding talents. The women born there are also peerless beauties. I don't know if I have the honor of seeing the crown princess appearance today. Dugu Qian had a humble appearance. Second brother, you flatter me. Since second brother wants to see her, Xing'er, come down. Dugu Xiu walked to the phoenix carriage and stretched out his hand. His voice was unprecedentedly gentle, startling Dugu Qian. There was no movement from the phoenix carriage. Dugu Xiu's hand awkwardly raised there. A cold smile appeared in Dugu Qian's eyes. Dugu Xiu was indeed a little angry. He cursed in his heart. This woman really treated this crown prince's words as nothing. Just as Dugu Xiu was about to retract his hand, a slender hand reached out from the phoenix chariot and placed it on his hand. A woman came down from the chariot. The woman was dressed in a wine-red palace dress. Her skin was as translucent as jade. She had a graceful figure and a pair of intoxicating eyes. The woman was not old, about 14 or 15 years old. This was the best age for a young girl to transform into a woman, causing her to exude a unique aura. Is this the rumored second princess of the Eastern Imperial family? Dugu Qian didn't know if he should be disappointed or shocked. Dong Wangxing's image and temperament were obviously different from what he had heard. Dugu Xiu's eyes were filled with shock. He didn't expect that Yunxing's words and actions were no different from a standard royal princess. Dong Huangling, on the other hand, gave Yunxing a satisfied hand gesture. Although Yunxing was dissatisfied with Dugu Xiu, she also understood that the trip to Qin later days was very important. As the crown prince's wife, she represented the eastern capital. If her words and actions were not good, the eastern capital would definitely be implicated. Before she could find a way to resolve her longing for Dugu Xiu, she had to get along with him peacefully. Dugu Xiu was very satisfied with Yunxing's performance. However, when he turned his head and saw the shocked expression of the second prince, Dugu Qian, he became somewhat displeased. He was already starting to regret agreeing to meet Yunxing with Dugu Qian. Dugu Xiu coughed a few times in dissatisfaction. Only then did Dugu Qian retract his gaze. Dugu Xiu, what kind of luck does he have to actually be able to pick up such a beautiful impostor? In Dugu Qian's mansion, there were many beauties from various countries. However, there wasn't anyone as beautiful as Dong Huangxing. However, although Dugu Qian admired her, he didn't forget the purpose of this trip. Crown Princess, you must be tired from the journey. Crown Princess, please come with us. Snacks and tea have already been prepared on the boat. Dugu Qian welcomed them onto the boat. No matter how comfortable the carriage was, the fatigue from the journey was still very tiring. Moreover, Yunxing's Dharma soul was sealed, so even her meditation was greatly reduced. After rushing for over 10 days, her back was indeed aching. After drinking a few mouthfuls of tea, Dugu Qian started to chat with them. Different from Dugu Xiu's indifference and taciturnity, the second prince, Dugu Qian, was very good at chatting. While he was concerned about the crown prince and crown princess's journey, he also introduced the scenery along the Ao River. Yunxing also listened with great interest. Halfway through, Dugu Qian suddenly asked, "Crown Princess, I heard that you were reduced to commoners in your early years." Without waiting for Yunxing to speak, Dugu Xiu already interrupted. Xing'er's life was rough. She was adopted by her foster parents when she was young. However, her foster parents had already passed away a few years ago. Dugu Xiu had already verified this with Yunxing. This was to prevent Dugu Qian and the other factions in later Qin from putting effort into Yunxing's background. Yunxing grabbed a snack and ate it with great relish. Dugu Xiu would take the bullet for her anyway. She could already tell that this Dugu Qian and Tang Yuan's second prince were the same kind of people. They were the classic type of people who hid a knife behind a smile. I see that Crown Princess doesn't seem to know martial arts. Qian still didn't give up. Qian saw that Yunxing's skin was soft and tender, and the joints of her hands and feet were also very petite. He could tell at a glance that she had never learned martial arts. In a large country like Later Qin that revered martial arts, it would undoubtedly be very embarrassing if the crown princess didn't know martial arts. Sheng doesn't need to know martial arts. This crown prince doesn't like women who wield swords and spears. Du Xiu seemed to have heard the sarcasm in Du Qian's words, so he interrupted. Then may I know which magic academy crown princess studied in? Du Qian remembered that Dongdu's eldest princess, Dong Huangling her, was said to have studied in the continent's elite magic academy. Since she didn't know martial arts, she should have studied magic before. I did study magic for a few years when I was young. However, I don't know how to do it now. Yunxing glared at Du Xiu. Sheng had a serious illness in the past, and her magic soul was affected. Therefore, she can't use magic now. Du Xiu enjoyed Yunxing's roll of the eyes very much. He explained unhurriedly. Du Qian was shocked. Du Xiu was also careless. All these years, he had pretended to be a good son in front of his imperial father. He didn't expect that this time, he would be so stupid as to marry a trashy crown princess who didn't know martial arts or magic. This kind of woman, other than having a good appearance, had no other good points. Later Qin's emperor, Du Xing, would probably fly into a rage when he saw her. Du Qian revealed a somewhat disdainful expression. Actually, I want to ask, can you guys see my daily replies to everyone's messages? Chapter 859. Seeing that Yunxing was being looked down upon, Du Xiu couldn't help but get angry. Second brother, Xing is my woman. She doesn't need to know magic or martial arts. Or do you think that I can't even protect my own woman? Your Highness, don't misunderstand. I was just curious. With Your Highness around, the Crown Princess naturally doesn't need to learn anything. However, compared to the women Your Highness took in earlier, the Crown Princess is really different. Du Qian smiled and didn't say anything else. Du Xiu frowned at the side. Du Qian's intentions were really vicious. He didn't have the slightest intention of going tit for tat when he spoke. In fact, he had figured out the background of the future crown princess with just a few words. Since her adoptive parents were dead, she had no one to rely on. There was no need to worry about any power behind her. If she didn't know martial arts or magic, she would be the biggest good-for-nothing. Not only that, Du Qian also pointed out that there were many women in Du Xiu's mansion with ulterior motives. As a woman, she couldn't change her nature of being jealous. As the crown prince of the later Qin, Du Xiu had many women in his mansion. Many of them were snatched from Du Qian and other princes and important officials. Although these women were not important to the princes, they were like family assets that could be used to show off. Du Xiu had always been domineering and arbitrary, snatching other people's women. Du Qian had always held a grudge against him in his heart. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he could take revenge. Yunxing, on the other hand, looked as if she did not fully understand. She did not interrupt the conversation between the two of them from beginning to end. She only cared about eating her pastries and drinking her tea. Only when she heard Du Qian's final words did she pause. Du Xiu, you have many women. As Yunxing spoke, her eyes flashed like the sparkling surface of a river. Her voice was soft, but it was rare for her to have such a good tone. But Du Xiu felt goosebumps all over his body when he heard it. He couldn't help feeling guilty and said stiffly, "Those were sent by others. Don't worry, I'll take care of them." Du Xiu didn't forget that Yunxing's first reason for rejecting the marriage was that the man she wanted must have no one else in his heart and be with her for the rest of his life. Many of the women in the Crown Prince's residence were related to Duguxiu. It would be difficult to deal with them. Duguxiu's original intention was to settle Yunxing in one of his other courtyards first. He would wait until he had cleaned up the women in his residence before taking her over. Oh, it is the Crown Princess' fortune that the Crown Prince is so considerate of the Crown Princess. However, Crown Prince Consort, the Crown Prince is the future heir apparent of the later Qin. The women in his residence all have status and background. Crown Prince Consort, you should get along well with them. Dugu Qian was still fanning the flames, wishing for the world to be in chaos. Second Prince is right. Why don't Second Prince introduce them to me so that I won't offend them and embarrass the Crown Prince? Yunxing put down the pastries and asked in a tone of asking for advice. It had to be said that Yunxing's feminine side was extremely lethal. Even Dugu Qian's heart fluttered when he saw it. He thought to himself, this little girl is a natural seductress. When I defeat Duguxiu, I'll capture you and vent my anger. Duguxiu saw the lecherous look in Dugu Qian's eyes, and his gaze turned cold. As the future mistress of the Crown Prince's residence, Crown Princess should know more about your sisters. There are more than 200 concubines and maids in the Crown Prince's residence. Among them, there are 10 who have titles. Of these 10, 3 have the most important status, Dugu Qian said. Speaking of the beauties in Duguxiu's residence, Dugu Qian was a bit envious. Imperial brother really knows about the matters in the Xiu residence. You don't even remember me. So I've already taken in more than 200 concubines. Duguxiu's tone was so cold that it could freeze someone to death. Dugu Qian felt a chill in his heart. They were only women. Was there a need for Duguxiu to be so angry? Second Prince is a male guest. Let this servant explain the matters in the Crown Prince's residence one by one. It's also this servant's fault for being busy during this period of time and not being able to explain to the princess. Madame Qi Bai held a cup of warm wine and considerately poured wine for Duguxiu and the others. As Madame Qi Bai spoke, she leaned on Duguxiu's side in an ambiguous manner. Although Duguxiu had brought back Yunxing as he wished, it was a pity that he could only watch and not do anything. Just by looking at such a living and fragrant beauty, he was naturally very angry. It was inevitable that he would find someone to vent his anger on. Although Madame Qi Bai was happy to cater to him, when she thought of how Duguxiu had called out Yunxing's name when he was aroused, she already hated Yunxing to death. However, Madame Qi Bai naturally wouldn't reveal these women's little tricks on her face. On the surface, she still treated Yunxing with respect. As soon as Madame Qi Bai appeared, the look in Second Prince Dugu Qian's eyes changed. He had mentioned earlier that there were 3 women in the Crown Prince's residence that he needed to pay attention to, and one of them was Madame Qi Bai. Madame Qi Bai's identity and background were unknown, but her body was full of flirtatious bones. Whether it was in the hall or on the bed, she was a rare beauty. On the surface, she was given to Duguxiu by the left Prime Minister of the Eastern capital, but in reality, she was the one who led Duguxiu and the left Prime Minister to cooperate. If not for the left Prime Minister's matchmaking, Duguxiu wouldn't have been able to marry the princess of the East royal dynasty. Duguxiu's marriage would undoubtedly strengthen his position as the crown prince. With Madame Qi Bai's introduction, Yunxing had a general understanding of the women in the Crown Prince's residence. The number of women in the Crown Prince's residence that the second prince had mentioned earlier was more or less correct. Duguxiu had a total of 238 concubines and maids. These women were all under the age of 23, and all of them had outstanding looks and good family backgrounds. As for the 3 women that the second prince needed to pay attention to, other than Madame Qi Bai, there were 2 other women. They were Duguxiu's concubines, Madame Li and Madame Qing. The first concubine, Madame Li, was a member of the imperial family of Tang Yuan. She was the second prince's half-sister. Madame Li's birth mother was Li Xiao's wet nurse, and she had been taking care of Li Xiao and his mother for many years. One day, when the emperor of Tang Yuan was drunk, he favored Madame Li's birth mother and gave birth to Madame Li. Although Madame Li was born from a palace maid, she had been raised by Li Xiao's mother, so she had always been treated like a princess. When she got married, she married into the later Qin dynasty under the name of Princess Tang Yuan. As for Madame Qing, her status was higher than Madame Li's, because her surname was Qing. Her aunt was the niece of Duge Xiu's birth mother, Empress Qing. In terms of status, both of them were above Madame Qi Bai. Madame Qing had married into the crown prince's residence early and already had a son. Madame Li had married into the crown prince's residence half a year ago. She was young and beautiful, so Duge Xiu doted on her. Chapter 860. Yunxing always thought that after she transmigrated and reincarnated, she would take the hot-blooded path of leveling up and fighting monsters. How did she become a stallion fighting for favor in the imperial harem in a moment of carelessness? 2 honorable secondary consorts and a shrewd Madame Qi Bai. From the looks of it, the crown prince's residence really wasn't a place for people to stay. When Madame Qi Bai explained the benefits and interests of the secondary consorts, Yunxing had already quickly analyzed the situation in her mind. In short, of the 2 secondary consorts, one represented Tang Yuan and was definitely proficient in magic. The other represented the power of the Empress family in later Qin and was definitely skilled in martial arts. As for Madame Qi Bai, with her ability, she probably already won over the other 2. When she entered the crown prince's residence in the future, she would face a 3-sided situation. Right now, she didn't know magic and didn't have a summoning ring. In addition, there was Ling, whose strength hadn't recovered yet. The situation was very unfavorable for her. That's the general situation. Does the crown prince consort have any other questions? Madame Qi Bai was all smiles. There's no other questions, but I'm quite curious about one thing. More than 200 women. Duge Xiu, are you sure you don't need me to prescribe some medicine for you? Otherwise, there will be a day when even an iron pestle will be ground into a needle. Yunxing blinked. Pfff, Duge Xiu spat out the wine in his mouth onto Duge Qian's face. The latter's mouth was also wide open. He didn't mishear, right? Shouldn't the crown prince consort fly into a rage and chase away the 800 women? It had to be known that when Madame Qing and Madame Li married into the family, they both cried and threw tantrums. They only stopped when they beat a few favored maids and concubines to death. This crown prince consort from the eastern capital actually thought that the crown prince wasn't fierce enough and even wanted to give him tonic medicine. How could Duge Qian know that Yunxing wished for Duge Xiu to have more women? It would be best if he had 365. That way, he would have someone to serve him every night and wouldn't appear in front of her for no reason. Only then would she have time to figure out how to resolve her yearning and escape from later Qin. Under Duge Qian's astonished gaze and Madame Qi Bai's gloating gaze, Yunxing was directly pulled into the cabin by Duge Xiu. A loud bang was heard, and the entire ship shook. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat for this reckless crown prince consort. They hoped that when she came out later, she wouldn't be missing an arm or a leg. Yunxing, are you a woman or not? In the storeroom, Duge Xiu stared at Yunxing. This woman had the ability to torture people to death. A moment ago, she was so beautiful that she didn't eat the food of mortals. But in the next moment, the words that came out of her mouth shocked the world. What did he mean by grinding an iron pestle into a needle? He made it sound like she had seen it with her own eyes. Duge Xiu, why are you so angry? Did I say something wrong? Not counting Madame Qing and Madame Li, there will probably be countless Madame Qing and Madame Li appearing in the future. I'm not Madame Qi Bai. I don't have the mental strength to deal with your multiple wives and concubines. Yunxing's methods were used to deal with enemies that she thought were worth dealing with. Those women and the crown prince's residence only revolved around de Guxiu. As long as they didn't offend her, she wouldn't offend them. But if they provoked her, she wouldn't let them off easily. So what if they were Princess Tang Yuan and the noble daughter of the Empress? She, Yunxing, could even deal with Prince Tang Yuan. How could she not deal with two women? You, don't worry. After this crown prince marries you, this crown prince will deal with them and treat you well. De Guxiu was angry and helpless in the face of Yunxing's indifference. De Guxiu, keep your words and go fool your woman. Yunxing pushed de Guxiu away and walked out. Outside the cabin, Ling had an anxious expression. De Guxiu's heart sank bit by bit. Why was she still so disdainful even though he had already given her his heart? Or could it be that she only had Yi Baiming in her heart? However, Yunxing, don't think that Yi Baiming will be able to be with you forever. You probably didn't expect that Yi Baiming can't even protect himself now. In the imperial study of Zhou State's imperial palace, the emperor of Zhou State looked coldly at Yi Baiming in front of him. After not seeing him for so many years, the former crown prince of Zhou State was even more imposing than before. His cultivation had also risen to the martial emperor realm at a frightening rate. This discovery didn't make Yi Qingtian feel relieved. On the contrary, it was a huge insult to him. This was because the blood of the Black Qilan patriarch, He Yao, flowed in Yi Baiming's body. To Yi Qingtian, He Yao's existence was a constant reminder of the time when he swapped wives for glory. But even though he hated Yi Baiming to the bone, Yi Qingtian still didn't dare to anger Yi Baiming. Because the current Yi Baiming was no longer the blind and lonely boy who was locked up in the cold palace. Even though they were just inches away, Yi Qingtian could still feel the arrogance and disdain from Yi Baiming. I've already heard about Wuxuan Limitless Library. Since you've won, you will replace Qi Tian as the deputy head of Wuxuan Limitless Library from today onwards. Also, Empress Wenren reminded me earlier that you're not young anymore. It's time for you to get married, the Emperor of Zhou State said in a deep voice. Deputy head of Wuxuan Limitless Library. Yi Baiming smiled coldly. I know that my martial arts are too weak and I'm not qualified to be the deputy head of Wuxuan Limitless Library. As for marriage, I have my own plans. Yunxing had gone to visit Dong Huangling and Gu Feng for a while now. Counting the days, she should have returned to the continent's magic elite camp. It had only been a few days, but he already missed her. Only when he thought of Yunxing did Yi Baiming's expression become gentler. As the Prince of Zhou State, don't tell me you plan to continue doing nothing after not holding a position for several years. As for your marriage, I have already found a new one for you. The residence of Yun is treacherous. They actually took the people of their fief and fled to Penglai. How can such a treacherous person be worthy of the royal family of the great Zhou dynasty? I've already annulled the marriage between you and Yunxing and announced it to the world. When the Emperor of Zhou State heard that Yi Baiming had openly disobeyed his orders, he was furious. Taiyuan was located on the shore of Penglai. When the Emperor of Zhou State heard that Yunba and the others had moved to Taiyuan Mountain, he insisted that the Yun residents had betrayed Penglai and was a traitor. He had already announced that anyone who saw the people of the Yun residence was to be killed without mercy. Yi Baiming, who do you think you are? I'm standing here because I'm concerned about my mother's reputation. Do you really think that I, Yi Baiming, am afraid of you? Yi Baiming had already expected that Yi Baiming would definitely have ulterior motives for entering the palace this time. However, he didn't know that Yi Baiming actually went behind his back and publicly annulled the marriage. With the imperial edict, within a few days, news of him annulling the marriage would probably spread throughout the continent. If Yunsheng were to hear about it, she would probably. Yunsheng was the woman that Yi Baiming had set his eyes on at first sight. He definitely wouldn't allow anyone to hurt her, even if that person was the emperor of Zhou state. Empress Wenren also knew that Yunsheng treated Yi Baiming differently. Empress Wenren entered the palace early. When she was just a noble lady and Yi Baiming was still a child, she had met him once or twice. As she had a younger brother, Wenren Xiu, since young, Empress Wenren had the attitude of an elder sister. In those years, everyone in the palace avoided Yi Baiming, saying that he was an ominous dethroned crown prince. Empress Wenren was the only one who treated him well and cared for him as if he was her own younger brother. At that time, she still remembered that Yi Baiming was unusually handsome and had an unusually antisocial personality. He was neither cold nor warm to others. Even if she gave him food and clothes, he just accepted them coldly. It was not until that time when she was ordered to attend Yunba's birthday banquet that she saw a different Yi Baiming. Empress Wenren was just a noble concubine at that time. When she went over, Yi Baiming and Yunsheng were standing together. He was very tall, and Yunsheng looked like a little bird standing next to him. She didn't know what Yunsheng said at that time, but Yi Baiming raised the corner of his mouth and laughed softly. At that moment, there was a charming smile in his deep eyes. That was the first time Empress Wenren saw Yi Baiming smile. Only then did she know that Yi Baiming could smile. However, Yi Di was arbitrary and domineering. He issued an imperial edict, and now the whole world knew that Yi Baiming had divorced Yunsheng before marriage. The rice had been cooked, and the wood had been built. Based on the temper of old Master Yun and Yunsheng's strong character, this marriage was doomed. Your Highness, now that things have come to this, why are you still angry with His Majesty? Crown Prince Lian of the North passed away early, and North City is still small. Zhou State can only rely on you, Your Highness. Empress Wenren persuaded earnestly. Hey Linlin, no one can decide on this prince's marriage. Even without Yunsheng, I won't marry you. Yi Baiming flicked his sleeves and was about to leave. Yi Baiming, if you dare to take half a step out of here, that bastard of the Yun family won't live to see tomorrow. Yi Di snorted coldly. With one sentence, Yi Baiming stopped. Yi Di was vaguely reminding him of Yunsheng's background. Only a few people knew that Yunsheng was a descendant of Celestial Fox. Now that the Eight Wastelands blood seal was unstable, they urgently needed the blood of a descendant of the Eight Wastelands to stabilize it. If Yunsheng's identity was exposed, she would become the public enemy of the entire continent. Yi Baiming, why do you have to reject this marriage? There are many benefits for you to marry me. If you still like that one surnamed Yun, I don't mind letting her be a concubine. Hey Linlin glanced at Yi Baiming and thought to herself. It was a pity that Yunsheng had already become Dugu Xiu's woman. She did not believe that Yi Baiming would still want that piece of junk when the time came. From He Linlin's point of view, although Yi Baiming was extremely angry today, his dashing brows and gray eyes contained a sharp light. His cold appearance was very similar to her father, He Yao. The man she wanted should be like this. Compared to the men of the Black Chelan race, Yi Baiming was undoubtedly an absolute expert. When He Linlin looked at him, her heart couldn't help but waver. However, when her gaze met Yi Baiming's, she was hurt by the disdain in his eyes. Yi Baiming's gaze was cold and emotionless. He wasn't interested in anything that He Linlin said. He, Yi Baiming, could get what he wanted by himself. You may be willing, but I'm not. I'll only marry Yunsheng in this lifetime. Yi Baiming sneered and glared at the Zhou state's emperor. He pursed his thin lips and suddenly smiled. Yi Qingtian, remember, some threats can only be used once. I'll make you pay the price for the divorce letter very soon. The moment he finished speaking, the fighting spirit around him soared into the sky. Ting ting ting, many streams of fighting spirit struck the pillar of the imperial study like ferocious tigers descending from the mountains or dragons emerging from the sea. The pillar, which required the combined arms of 2 to 3 people, was actually cut into 2 halves with a loud crack. Yi Di and the other 2 had no choice but to escape from the imperial study. The imperial study was on the verge of collapse and instantly collapsed. Yi Baiming swaggered off, leaving only a lonely figure for the crowd. He Linlin was so angry that her face turned red. The Zhou state's emperor was also furious. Only Empress Wenren had a bad feeling in her heart. She felt that something was about to happen. Actually, I've wanted to beat that old dog Yi Qingtian for a long time. Pooey. Chapter 862. During this period of time, Taiyuan Mountain, which was located on the shore of Penglai, was very lively. The fishermen on the beach hadn't seen anyone enter or leave Taiyuan Mountain for many years. However, ever since the purple cloud on the mountain dissipated, people started to enter Taiyuan Mountain one after another. A few days ago, a large group of hunters was stationed in the mountains. However, unlike the barbarian hunters that the villagers were afraid of, these hunters under the banner of Sky Attack were well-trained and never disturbed the villagers. Even when they occasionally came to buy some daily necessities, they were also very respectful. The hunters told the fishermen that they were here to repair the ruins of Taiyuan Mountain. In the future, they would take root here. During this period, Penglai also sent some summoners over. They claimed that Taiyuan Mountain was their territory. However, the summoners, who were usually insufferably arrogant, heard a furious roar the moment they entered the mountain. In the sky, a martialist with a booming voice had chased all the summoners out of the summoning court single-handedly. After that, some people dressed as commoners also moved into Taiyuan Mountain. Taiyuan Mountain, which had been abandoned for many years, gradually became lively again. The fishermen also had good neighbors again. On this day, not long after the sun rose, the newly repaired Taiyuan castle stood majestically in the forest. It was like a pearl on a crown, shining brightly. Outside the castle, the hunters of the Sky Attack Hunting Corps were doing their daily training. Suddenly, a thunderous roar sounded. It was like a spring thunder that exploded in spring. The newly repaired castle shook 3 times. The former martial saint of Zhou State, who was now the temporary mayor of Taiyuan City, Yunba, was jumping around in the castle early in the morning. He shouted at the top of his lungs and cursed the ancestors of the Zhou State emperor. The hunters who were still training were not surprised. This voice was unique in the world. It must be the leader's father, Yunba, old General Yun. Speaking of old General Yun, as the Grand Marshal of Zhou State's military, he was used to going into battle and giving orders. His voice was as loud as a gong. Ever since he moved out of Zhou State and entered Taiyuan City, old General Yun's mood had always been very good. The heavens were high and the emperor was far away. Yunba had never lived so smoothly in his life as these past few days. From time to time, he would even hum a few tuneless words. However, something was clearly wrong today. Around dawn, the leader and his wife rushed over with anxious expressions. No one knew what news they brought that made old General Yun so angry early in the morning. The reason why Yunba was so angry was because of an imperial edict brought by Yun Sanglang. How dare that kid, Yi Bai Mortal's father, I'm going to cripple him. This imperial edict had now been plastered all over the bulletin boards of the great Zhou dynasty. It was written in black and white that the entire Yun residence had disobeyed. Yi Baiming had written a letter to announce to the world that his engagement with Yun Xing of the Yun residence had been dissolved. Once this news came out, it caused a stir in the imperial court. Who was Yunxing? She was Yunba's granddaughter, who had just returned to the Yun residence in a high-profile manner a few years ago. Although Yunba was no longer a martial sage of Zhou state, the Yun residence had 2 martial sages and a sky magus like Yun Songhai. Yunxing herself had even entered the magic elite camp to further her studies. The matter of her and Yi Baiming divorcing before marriage had instantly caused a stir in the city. Father, don't be angry. Xing Er's marriage was decided in a hurry. Big Brother also said earlier that he didn't approve of the marriage. Seeing Yunba's anger, Yun Songlong could only console him from the side. Do you think I'm very satisfied with that kid, Yi Baiming? I already said that kid isn't reliable. He's so good-looking, so he must be strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Our Xing Er is capable and beautiful. Those who want to marry her can line up from the top of Taiyuan Mountain to the foot of Taiyuan Mountain. Yunba fumed with rage. In his eyes, his precious granddaughter was a fairy from the heavens. That kid, Yi Baiming, actually divorced before marriage. What right did he have? Was he even worthy? That guy over there, that red-haired brat from Ho Chin who wanted to marry our Xing Er. And that guy over there, Xing Er's childhood sweetheart. Yunba listed them one by one, afraid that others wouldn't know how popular his granddaughter was. Old General, please calm down. This matter was decided by the Emperor of Zhou State. Lord Baiming only found out about it after the fact. Just as Yunba was fuming, Zhou Qingchuan was brought in. When Yunxing left Taiyuan Mountain, she entrusted Zhou Qingchuan to help repair Taiyuan City. It was also thanks to the everlasting trade union's airships and large numbers of craftsmen that Taiyuan City could be restored to its original state in such a short time. Zhou Qingchuan and Yunba were already very familiar with each other. Seeing that there were outsiders present, Yunba couldn't flare up anymore. However, he still had a belly full of anger towards Yi Baiming. Don't try to persuade me. This old man just doesn't like the father and son from Great Zhou. Yi Qingtian is an ingrate, how good can his son be? Yunba's anger flared up the moment he said this. Old General Yun, I came here today to persuade you. I won't hide it from you. Lord Baiming and I can be considered close friends. Here is a letter that he wants me to personally pass to Yunxing. However, I don't have any news about Yunxing, so I can only pass this letter to the 2 of you. I hope that after reading this letter, you will understand Lord Baiming's intentions. After saying this, Zhou Qingchuan took out a letter. Zhou Qingchuan had only found out yesterday that Yi Baiming had divorced Yunxing before marriage. At that time, his shock was no less than that of the father and son from the Yun family. He even went to personally question Yi Baiming. Zhou Qingchuan didn't hide anything and told Yi Baiming about his feelings towards Yunxing. Lord Baiming, although we are business partners, I have always seen you as a brother. I met you first and Yunxing later. However, I am also sincere towards Yunxing. I once wanted to marry Yunxing, but you were one step ahead of me. I have no complaints about losing to you. However, if you let Yunxing down, then our brotherhood will end here. After hearing Zhou Qingchuan's words, Yi Baiming was moved. The answer he gave Zhou Qingchuan was in that letter. After hearing Zhou Qingchuan's explanation, Yunba's expression calmed down a little, but he still didn't calm down. I want to see what else that brat has to say. Yunba angrily opened Yi Baiming's letter. When he saw the words on the letter, even a veteran like Yunba couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. There were only 8 words on Yi Baiming's letter. Yi Baiming actually wanted to, he wrote the divorce letter and the letter. How would I know which one is true and which one is false? Yunba was still somewhat dissatisfied. The one who had lost face was his granddaughter. After this incident, who would dare to marry Yunxing in the future? Old General Yun, Commander Yun, we only need to give Lord Baiming 3 more months and the truth will come to light. Zhou Qingchuan believed that if anyone else saw this letter, they wouldn't believe it. However, he believed it. If Yi Baiming said he would do it, then he would definitely do it. After reading those 8 words, Zhou Qingchuan was completely relieved. In this world, perhaps only Yi Baiming would dare to say those 8 words. Yunsheng was lucky to have Yi Baiming. Chapter 863. After Zhou Qingchuan left, the father and son of the Yun family were both speechless and lost in their own thoughts. Father, why don't you give the North Nether King 3 months? This son thinks that the North Nether King isn't a heartless person. Yun Songlong had interacted with Yi Baiming a few times before and had a good impression of Yi Baiming. That brat better keep his word. Otherwise, this old man won't let him off even if I have to risk my life. However, since that dog of an emperor dared to publicly humiliate the Yun residents, it's time to teach him a lesson. Yun Ba stroked his beard as a malicious smile appeared on his face. Yi Qingtian, you dog emperor. You can bully anyone, but you shouldn't bully this old man's granddaughter. I'll let you see the consequences of offending me, Yun Ba. Yunxing didn't see Yi Baiming's letter. Divorcing before marriage and announcing such a big matter to the world, Yunxing, who was trapped in the later Qin, was completely unaware. After Crown Prince Dugu and his entourage passed through Ao River, they headed straight for later Qin's Fingdu. Among the 5 nations of the boundless continent, later Qin had the largest territory. However, later Qin's soil was also the most barren. It was different from Jiangnan in the eastern capital. The further one went into later Qin, the less vegetation there was. In some places, it was even a barren desert. Due to the barren soil and the large number of demonic beasts, later Qin had very few crops. It was also because of such harsh living conditions that the citizens of later Qin were much more ferocious than the citizens of the other 4 nations and 1 capital. This could be seen from the fact that the ordinary people on the streets were equipped with all kinds of weapons. When they found out that the Crown Prince of later Qin had brought his future Crown Princess back to the capital, the citizens were already lining the streets to welcome her. The moment they entered the city, they heard thunderous cheers. From time to time, there would be shouts of "Long live the Crown Prince" and "Long live the Crown Prince." Even though they were separated by the curtain of the Phoenix carriage, Yunsheng could still see the crowd on the streets, their cheers thunderous. It was hard to tell that Dugu Xiu was quite popular in later Qin. Yunsheng did not know that later Qin worshipped martial arts. For the people of later Qin, they looked down on the weak and chased after the strong. Later Qin's crown prince, Dugu Xiu, was not even 20 years old. He was already a martial emperor expert. Naturally, his reputation in later Qin was very high. Walking along the street, Yunsheng took the opportunity to observe the later Qin people on both sides of the street. She found that not only were there men here, but even the women had bright eyes. It was obvious that they had learned some martial arts. His Majesty requests for you to quickly make a trip to the throne room. He has important matters to discuss. At this moment, the bridal carriage had just arrived outside the imperial palace of later Qin's imperial palace. Dugu Xiu had no choice but to order the carriage to stop. He muttered to himself for a moment and didn't agree. It had to be known that as the crown prince's first wife, Dugu Xiu was very particular about whether or not he would accompany her back to the residence. If Dugu Xiu personally escorted the princess into the residence, it meant that he attached great importance to this future crown prince consort. However, if he abandoned her midway because of government affairs, it meant that the crown prince's treatment of the crown prince consort was very ordinary. In the later Qin's crown prince's residence, where people were eaten without spitting out the bones, Dugu Xiu's favor was everything. Since you have matters to attend to, Crown Prince, please go first. Ling, her and I will go to the Crown Prince's residence on our own, Yunxing said from inside the Phoenix carriage. This woman really didn't have the slightest bit of self-awareness. Fine, I'll let her suffer a bit and face the group of women from the Crown Prince's residence. In any case, there was still Qi Bai, so she probably wouldn't suffer too much. Duge Xiu's expression darkened as he unwillingly led the group of people and galloped away. In the carriage, Madame Qi Bai witnessed this scene and revealed a scheming smile. She quietly called for her personal maid, go to the Crown Prince's residence and tell the two masters that the future Crown Prince consort is about to enter the residence. When the maid received the news, she immediately took a shortcut and rushed to the Crown Prince's residence. Yunxing had just arrived at Yang capital, so she didn't know much about the imperial capital of later Qin and the imperial minaret palace. The Phoenix carriage continued to move forward and entered the imperial palace. Unlike the other countries on the continent, the later Qin's residences, whether it was the Crown Prince's residence or the princes who had received titles, were all built in the imperial minaret palace of later Qin. Later Qin's Emperor Duge Xing's residence was located to the east of the imperial minaret palace. Duge Xiu's Crown Prince residence was located to the west, and the princes with meritorious service lived to the south. The northernmost resided the untitled and underage princes and princesses. The Crown Prince's carriage had just entered the main entrance of the imperial palace when the atmosphere in the residence was already tense. In the two courtyards of the Crown Prince's residence, two women had already received the news. Chapter 864. The first person to receive the news was Madame Li, who lived in Pear Garden. Madame Li was the princess of Tangyuan that Madame Qi Bai had mentioned earlier. Just like the courtyard she lived in, Madame Li was 18 years old. Her eyes were like spring water, and her skin was delicate. Every frown and smile of hers carried the elegance of a woman from Jiangnan. However, at this moment, Madame Li's face didn't have her usual delicate appearance. She held a magic scepter in her hand, and her watery eyes were filled with hatred. Where did this lowly commoner come from? How dare she call herself the Crown Prince's wife? Madame Li thought that she was the princess of Tangyuan and married Duge Xiu in the hope that one day, Duge Xiu would inherit the throne of the later Qin dynasty and she would one day become the empress of the later Qin dynasty. Who would have thought that Dong Huangxing would appear out of nowhere? Princess, don't be angry. Look, the Crown Prince didn't even accompany the Crown Prince's wife into the palace. I think he only treats her like this. How can it be compared to when the Crown Prince personally welcomed you into the palace? Madame Li's maidservant comforted her. That's right. That woman is just a wild girl that was just found by the commoners. How can she be compared to me, a real princess? Servants, dress me up. I want to let that lowly commoner see who is the real princess. Madame Li's maidservants hurriedly dressed Madame Li up. In another courtyard adjacent to Madame Li's pear garden, carving feather garden, there was another scene. Different from the delicate Madame Li, this woman was dressed in riding attire with a tight belt. Her figure was lithe and vigorous, and she was full of heroic spirit. She was holding a feathered emperor eagle in her hand. The woman was taking a piece of demonic beast meat from her maidservant and feeding it. Master, the Crown Prince's wife is about to enter the residence. What do you think? The feathered emperor eagle pecked the demonic beast meat on the woman's hand. There's no hurry. Naturally, someone will rush to test her. The heroic woman sneered. She looked in the direction of Pear Garden, and a disdainful smile appeared on her face. Madame Qing had already asked around. This Crown Prince's wife didn't know martial arts or magic. The only identity she had was the princess of the eastern capital. This woman was the same as Madame Li in Pear Garden. They were just chess pieces that the Crown Prince's cousin placed to consolidate his position. Cousin Dugu would soon grow tired of this so-called Crown Prince consort. Later Qin Imperial Palace was very big. Yunxing's phoenix carriage traveled for more than half an hour before it stopped in front of a mansion. 6 stone beasts stood at the entrance of the mansion, giving off a solemn atmosphere. Your Royal Highness, the Crown Prince's residence is just up ahead. This subject is a male, and since the Crown Prince is not here, it is inappropriate for me to enter the residence. I can only escort you here. Du Guqian respectfully excused himself from Yunxing. He spoke sincerely, but Yunxing could clearly see the look in his eyes that he was waiting to watch a good show. Many thanks to Second Prince. When there is time in the future, this consort will naturally pay a visit to Second Prince's residence. Yunxing's back was already aching from sitting in the carriage. Right now, she just wanted to get off the carriage and rest. On the way here, Yunxing had seen everything clearly. Later Qin Imperial Palace was easy to defend and hard to attack. Every 10 steps, there would be a sentry, and every 20 steps, there would be a sentry. The security was very tight. If one wanted to escape, they would need to plan carefully. After making a turn, the phoenix carriage finally stopped. Yunxing and Dong Huangling got off the carriage. The moment Dong Huangling got off the carriage, her brows were tightly knitted together. What is going on? The Crown Prince consort is actually going to enter the residence at such a place. The imposing entrance was already gone. It was no wonder that Dong Huangling's expression changed. The place that she and Yunxing were currently at was actually a very inconspicuous side door of the Crown Prince's residence. A horse-faced and big-footed old woman was standing at the entrance. Greetings, Princess. The head steward said that Princess has been rushing all the way here and has already prepared a courtyard for Princess. Princess, please follow this old servant inside. The big-footed old woman took a glance behind Yunxing. Other than Dong Huangling, who was disguised as a maid, there weren't any other guards or maids around. From the looks of it, the guards and maids looked very cold. Of the 2 consorts in the residence, which one of them didn't have a palanquin carried by 8 people when they entered the residence? Everyone was escorted by attendants, and everyone was rewarded. Just like what the rumors said, this second princess was just a commoner who wasn't favored by the Crown Prince. Dong Huangling didn't know what kind of luck she had that allowed her to become a phoenix. The big-footed old woman was dissatisfied. Unwillingly, she brought Yunxing and Dong Huangling into the Crown Prince's residence. After making many turns, they finally arrived at a courtyard. It was a dilapidated courtyard, and the name of the courtyard was Snow Treading Courtyard. This snow treading courtyard was just like its name. The courtyard was facing the north side, and moss had already grown out of the ground. Out of the 365 days in a year, there would be over 300 days where the sun couldn't be seen. The house was dilapidated, and the courtyard was overgrown with weeds. Fallen leaves were all over the ground. With just a glance, one could tell that this place had never been cleaned. What the hell is this place? Dong Huangling couldn't bear it anymore. The people in the Crown Prince's residence are clearly trying to ostracize us. Princess, there are a lot of people in the Crown Prince's residence. Right now, other than the Crown Prince's Yuxuan, the other courtyards are all full. It wouldn't be good for you to squeeze into the same courtyard as the others. Just stay in Snow Treading Courtyard for a few months. No matter what, this is still a courtyard. Those stray cats and dogs in the Crown Prince's residence all love to come here. The big-footed old woman cursed in her heart. God knows if the Crown Prince will still want you after a few months. Dong Huangling still wanted to throw a tantrum. However, Yunxing shook her head, pushed open the courtyard's door, and walked into the courtyard. Right after entering the courtyard, a brazier was placed on the ground. What's with this brazier? When Dong Huangling saw the brazier, she couldn't help but get angry. Reporting to Princess, I heard that Princess was wandering among the commoners in her early years. Later Qin, there was a saying that commoners were unlucky and would harm the crown prince's good fortune. Thus, one must cross this brazier of riches and get rid of their bad luck before being able to enter the crown prince's residence. Beside the side door, a big-footed old woman with a long face said with a sharp voice. What she was implying was that Dong Guangxing was of commoner origin and that it was hard for her to enter the crown prince's residence. Oh. Since that's the case, then I will have to get rid of my bad luck. Yunxing smiled and walked to the front of the brazier. The flames in the brazier were reflected in her eyes, flickering. When the big-footed old woman saw Dong Huangling, she thought that she would be able to go to Concubine Li's place to receive her reward. Hey, my pearl hairpin fell into the brazier. Whoever can help me find it, I will reward them with 10 gold coins. That is the pearl hairpin that the crown prince gave to me. Yunxing raised her leg and was about to step over the brazier when she suddenly cried out in surprise. When the big-footed old woman heard that she would be rewarded with gold coins, she hurriedly went forward and said, "This old servant will help Princess look for it." She bent down and was about to go look for it. Yunxing sneered behind her back. Her black eyes stared at the fire in the brazier and her eyes slightly narrowed. As if a ladle of oil had been poured onto the brazier, the fire in the brazier suddenly jumped up. Before the big-footed old woman could react, 2 hands appeared behind her. Yunxing fiercely kicked the big-footed old woman's buttocks. The big-footed old woman was caught off guard and fell face first onto the brazier. Chapter 865. The fire was burning fiercely, and it climbed from her clothes to her hair. The fire was also strange. No matter how they tried to extinguish it, the fire didn't seem to be getting smaller. On the contrary, it was getting bigger and bigger. The big-footed woman was screaming from the fire, and the skin on her face was getting burned. "It's burning me to death. Help!" The big-footed woman screamed and rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the fire on her body. "Aya, this is bad. Quickly, put out the fire." Right after Yunxing spoke, Dong Guanglinger immediately understood what Yunxing meant. While shouting for help, the 2 of them rushed forward. They kicked one after another, stomping and kicking the woman. Although the 2 of them hadn't recovered their magic power, they didn't forget the skills they learned from the dark gold rank teacher. They kicked the vital parts of the woman. They were ruthless and accurate. The big-footed woman was already screaming in pain from the fire. After being attacked by the 2 of them, she fainted in no time. She couldn't even make a sound. The few people who had been lying in ambush outside the snowy gardens, waiting to watch the show, heard the commotion and quickly rushed in. Outside the courtyard, a series of messy footsteps could be heard. Someone rushed in. The person in the lead was a young lady wearing a pear blossom green smoke shirt. She had an arrogant expression on her face. When she entered the courtyard, she saw the brazier overturned and the big-footed woman's face was burned beyond recognition. She instantly frowned. "How dare you beat Nanny He?" The young lady raised her eyebrows and reprimanded angrily. This big-footed woman was an etiquette instructor that she brought into the crown prince's residence. Normally, when the maids and officials saw her in the residence, they would all be respectful. "How dare you? Who are you? How dare you speak to the crown prince consort like this?" Madame Li had just spoken when she saw the woman standing in front of her. Madame Li believed that she was an outstanding beauty. However, although the woman in front of her was dressed as an attendant, her appearance and temperament weren't inferior to Madame Li, who was born as Princess Tang Yuan. "You are. Men, drag this blind bitch away and flog her to death." However, when she saw the other party's appearance, Madame Li became even angrier. Damn it, even a maid who was part of the dowry looks so troublesome. This maid actually dared to talk back to me. Stop. A cold female voice made everyone in the courtyard stop what they were doing. Everyone's gaze landed on a woman not far away. The woman's voice was as cold as the winter wind as she stood in the courtyard without any sunlight. She was dressed in a fiery red dress, with pitch-black eyes, snow-white skin, and flawless facial features. Her entire being was as cold as snow, but her face was like the scorching summer sun, lighting up the entire remote courtyard. Madame Li's pupils constricted, as if she had been blinded by the woman's beauty. Was she the princess of the eastern capital? That lowly princess from the common folk? Madame Li's gaze landed on the red dress with phoenix feathers on Yunqing's body. After recognizing the dress, Madame Li's jealousy grew crazily like wild grass. It was a dress made of luan feathers. A year ago, Prince Dugu had found a saint-ranked fire feather luan while hunting at the border. This type of luan was extremely rare. At that time, Prince Dugu had only managed to hunt one. Even the Emperor of Zhou State and Empress Qin hadn't managed to get a fire feather luan. Madame Li didn't expect that this dress made of fire feather luan's feathers would be given to Dong Huangxing. Dong Huangxing, how dare you stop me? Madame Li stared at Yunqing's face, and there was only jealousy and hatred left in her eyes. She originally thought that a cowardly crown prince consort had arrived, but who knew that this princess from the eastern capital wasn't a good person either. As soon as Madame Li finished speaking, the maids beside her swarmed forward and surrounded Yunqing and Dong Huangling. Madame Li came prepared today. The maids that she brought along were all selected from Tang Yuan back then. They were either skilled in martial arts or magic. So what if I'm capable? Let me ask you, who are you and who am I? Facing such a situation, Yunqing didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled, and there was a hint of beauty in her eyes. Her already beautiful face flashed with a magnificence that made people unable to help but raise their eyebrows. You. Me. With just one sentence, Yunqing made Madame Li speechless. You can't answer me. Let me tell you then. I, Dong Huangxing, am the future crown prince consort that was personally brought over by Dugu Xiu, the crown prince of Qin. You, Madame Li, are a concubine in the crown prince's residence. If I say one, it means one. If I say two, it means two. Now, take you and your people and get out of Trampling Snow Garden. A hint of killing intent flashed past Yunqing's eyes. Her voice was as cold as the winter wind, making people tremble with fear. Madame Li, who was originally arrogant, couldn't help but feel ashamed. Indeed, in terms of status, she wasn't as good as Yunqing. However, she definitely wouldn't let the matter of Trampling Snow Garden go. When the crown prince comes back, see how I'll deal with you. Madame Li stomped her feet and left with Nanny He, along with a group of maids. The group of people walked out of Trampling Snow Garden in a single file. Outside Trampling Snow Garden, Madame Qi Bai was playing with a small golden python in her hand. Seeing Madame Li rush out angrily, she pursed her lips and scolded softly, "Useless thing." Madame Qi Bai looked up at the sky and saw a large eagle flying over. She pursed her lips and smiled. The large eagle flew into Feathered Eagle Garden. Dugu Xiu's other concubine, Madame Qing, raised her hand, and the large eagle landed on her arm. The large eagle cooed a few times. Madame Qing couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Big guy, are you saying that Madame Li was chased out? Madame Qing originally wanted to see how Madame Li would deal with the future crown prince consort. She didn't expect that the legendary commoner princess, who didn't know magic or martial arts, would be so difficult to deal with. Well, there are still 3 months before the crown prince's wedding. With Madame Li's personality, she definitely won't let it go. Madame Qing thought. It seemed that she had to find a chance to meet this crown prince consort personally. In the throne room, the later Qin Emperor Duguxing was having a discussion with a group of officials. "Father, His Highness the Crown Prince has returned," an internal court eunuch said in a high-pitched voice. Duguxiu strode into the throne room. When Duguxing saw him, the frown on his face eased a little. "Father, what is so urgent?" Duguxiu was still a little absent-minded. He left in a hurry and didn't remember that he hadn't arranged a courtyard for Yunxing until he reached the throne room. There wasn't a suitable courtyard for Yunxing to live in at the moment in the Crown Prince's residence. Prince Baiming of Zhou State has rebelled. Duguxing ordered someone to pass a secret report to Duguxiu. Yi Baiming rebelled. Duguxiu was still a little confused when he heard the news. He didn't expect that after being a prince of Zhou State for so many years, Yi Baiming had tolerated the fact that Zhou State deposed a crown prince, killed a crown prince, and installed a new crown prince. He didn't rebel, but now he suddenly rebelled. But when Duguxiu opened the secret report, there were only 8 words on it. Duguxiu couldn't help but tremble when he saw those 8 words. The secret report fell to the ground. Chapter 866. I vow to marry Yunxing as my betrothal gift. Later Qin, when Duguxiu saw the words on the secret letter, his eyes were filled with anger. What a Yi Baiming! What a 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 Baiming! After waiting for so many years, Yi Baiming finally couldn't take it anymore. He swore to marry Yunxing as his betrothal gift. In this world, other than Yi Baiming, there was no one else who could write such lofty words. When Duguxiu saw this news, he was surprised but also felt that it was reasonable. But to the other people of the boundless continent, it was inconceivable. A few days ago, something happened in Zhou State that made the entire boundless continent talk about it. The North Nether monarch of Zhou State divorced Yunxing before marriage. However, this matter was not a big deal. As a son of the royal family, there were many cases of him falling in love with someone else. However, that wasn't the most explosive part of this incident. The most recent explosive part was that people only found out after the incident that Zhou State's Lord Baiming had divorced his fiancée. It wasn't voluntary. He had been forced to do so. Furthermore, the North Underworld Lord of Zhou State was an infatuated man. In a fit of anger, he actually rebelled. In the history of the boundless continent, Yi Baiming was the only one who could rebel so brazenly for a woman. Later on, if the Qin Emperor was able to find out about the 8 words on the secret report, then it was likely that the other countries and major powers had also found out about it. Even the commoners had begun to spread rumors that Lord Baiming of Zhou State had rebelled. Who was Lord Baiming of Zhou State? He was the youngest martial emperor of Zhou State and the dethroned crown prince of Zhou State in the early years. Why did he rebel? It wasn't for anything else. It was because the emperor of Zhou State didn't agree to his marriage with Yunxing, so he simply rebelled. It was said that a man would fly into a rage for a woman. This time, Yi Baiming clearly wanted to use the entire Zhou State to show his determination to Yunxing. Duguxiu's heart was in a perilous situation. He hadn't expected Yunxing to vent her anger on Yi Baiming after He Linlin had forced the emperor of Zhou State to annul the marriage. He thought that the Yunxing would vent her anger on Yi Baiming and make her give up. He thought. He Linlin's. Who knew that Yi Baiming would actually use such a method to give him a beautiful counterattack? But who is this Yunxing? According to the rumors, she seems to be the eldest granddaughter of the martial saint general. When the Emperor of Qin saw the 8 characters, he was shocked. More than that, he was thinking about how to take advantage of the internal strife in Zhou State to benefit from it. However, Duguxing and the other officials in the later Qin court were also curious about who could make the dethroned crown prince, who had endured for many years, fly into a rage. What kind of beauty and gentleness did the woman have to be to make Yi Baiming of Zhou State so infatuated? But if the woman only had an outstanding appearance, it would be foolish of Lord Baiming of Zhou State to fly into a rage for her. Duguxing thought so, and so did most of the other forces on the continent. They didn't know that if Yunxing's true identity was revealed, her status and power would be no less than Yi Baiming's. Although the residence of Yun had declined and was expelled from Zhou State, Yunxing's identity was very important. She was the youngest master of the Xiantong, the deputy commander of the Heavenly Hunting Troop, and now the lord of Taiyuan City. No matter which identity she was, it was enough to make the continent change its color. Unfortunately, Yunxing was a low-key person. When she did things, she had always been secretive and secretive. Therefore, the outside world's understanding of her was only that of the eldest legitimate granddaughter of the Yun family. They all thought that she was still under the protection of Yun Ba and Yun Songlong. But one thing was certain. The culprit of the rebellion in Zhou State was that woman named Yunxing. Later Qin Emperor Duguxing would never know that Yunxing, who plunged Zhou State into chaos, was now in Duguxiu's crown prince residence. Duguxiu was depressed to hear this. Yi Baiming's move had completely disrupted his plan. Right now, many forces on the continent were inquiring about Yunxing, hoping to capture Yunxing to threaten the residence of Yun and Lord Baiming. It seemed that he had to be very careful. He couldn't let anyone know that Dong Huangxing was an impostor. Even though his heart was in turmoil, Duguxiu's expression remained unchanged. Imperial Father, this son thinks that this is an excellent opportunity. That's right. Strictly guard the borders and monitor the movements of Zhou State's garrison. My son, I'll have to trouble you for a while. Your wedding is near, and I'm afraid you'll have to neglect Princess Donghuang. How about this? I'll hold a banquet in the palace in 3 days. You can bring the princess and the other women to the palace. Duguxing just remembered that today was the day Duguxiu would welcome the dowager concubine into the residence. Duguxiu was still in his cavalry uniform. Obviously, he hadn't entered the residence yet. As the emperor, Duguxing had heard a thing or two about the women in the crown prince residence. As a father, he had to take the opportunity to meet his daughter-in-law. Yes, Your Majesty. Duguxiu was also guessing the situation in the crown prince residence. Yi Baiming had rebelled. This must not reach Yunxing's ears. In the crown prince residence, Yunxing, who had become a femme fatale in the eyes of the people on the continent, had no idea. After Yunxing and Dong Huang lingered drove Madame Li away, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Tisk, she's just a Saint Magus. If it weren't for the fact that we can't use our magic, she wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant. Dong Huang Linger was a little discouraged. She felt that she was just a paper tiger that could be easily broken. Not only could she not help Yunxing, but she would also be a burden to her. The more she thought about it, the more she regretted it. If it weren't for her, Yunxing wouldn't have fallen into Duguxiu's hands. There was nothing in this dilapidated courtyard. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as a house with only 4 walls. It's fine. Yunxing looked around. Linger, let's tidy up the courtyard first. It's much more useful than you think. Linger didn't think much of it. What's so special about a dilapidated courtyard? The two busied themselves for a while. It was only around sunset that they finished tidying up the courtyard. It was barely habitable. Duguxiu returned to the crown prince's residence. Just as he entered the residence, he heard the sound of crying. Madame Li's eyes were red and swollen. She sobbed and jumped into Duguxiu's embrace. She was like a pear blossom in the rain, her small face full of grief. Crown Prince, you must seek justice for Huali. Madame Li's surname was Li Huali. She had tears in her eyes, and she looked like a pear blossom in the rain. What's wrong? You and Qingqiang are fighting again. Duke Xiu was in a bad mood because of Yi Baiming's matter. When he saw Li Huali's appearance, he felt a headache. The group of women in the Crown Prince's residence were all very strong. This was especially true for Li Huali and Qingqiang. The two of them usually formed cliques. In the residence, as long as he stayed in one of them's rooms for an extra night, the next morning, the other person would come looking for him. Arms akimbo, we foxes are very strong. Everyone, happy winter solstice. Thank you to the people who have been tipping me for the past few days. Thank you to everyone for tipping me. Chapter 867. Right now, Duke Xiu's mind was filled with thoughts of taking a look. Yunxing wasn't used to living in the Crown Prince's residence, and after Li Huali made such a scene, she became even more irritated. Crown Prince, it's not Qingqiang, it's her, it's Princess Donghuang who just entered the residence. Granny, he was kind enough to send her to a new courtyard, but she purposely made trouble for her. Just because she is the future Crown Prince's wife, the moment she entered the residence, she severely injured Granny He. After all, she is Huali's nanny. Li Huali used a good tactic. While crying, she ordered the servants to carry Granny He over. Granny He was burned by Yunxing's spirit hellfire, and she was kicked and beaten by Dong Huangling. Luckily, Li Huali used an elixir to save Granny He's life. However, the burns caused by the spirit hellfire couldn't be healed by ordinary elixirs. Especially when Granny He's head was facing downwards at that time, her entire head was lying on top of the brazier. Right now, Granny He's body was badly mutilated, and it was too horrible to look at. Li Huali didn't believe that the Crown Prince wouldn't teach Dong Huangxing a lesson when Granny He was in such a state. Duke Xiu looked at Granny He with disgust, then asked in a deep voice, "Where is the princess?" Seeing Duke Xiu's expression, Li Huali thought that he was going to teach Dong Huangxing a lesson. Thus, she quickly smiled and said, "She and her servant are in the snow garden." Who knew that when Duke Xiu heard that, his expression became as cold as the winter's frost. His lips that were as thin as a blade squeezed out a few words. "Where did you say she is?" "Snow garden, that kind of place. Is it a place where people can live?" Although Duke Xiu wasn't in the residence most of the time, he knew everything that happened in the Crown Prince's residence like the back of his hand. Normally, he didn't say anything because he was too lazy to care about these trivial matters between women. Moreover, Madame Qi Bai was there. With her around, no matter how much trouble there was in the Crown Prince's residence, they wouldn't be able to do anything. However, he didn't expect that Li Huali would be so blind as to let Yunxing stay in the snow garden. Snow Garden was the most remote place in the north of the Crown Prince's residence, and it was the place where the servants who didn't follow the rules were locked. Previously, there were also some concubines who didn't follow the rules, and they were executed in the Snow Garden. Snow Garden. That place. That place. Duke Xiu's expression changed. Taksha Garden. Li Huali sensed that something was wrong from Duke Xiu's tone. The Crown Prince seemed angry. That's not right. She must be mistaken. Since the Crown Prince abandoned that woman and let her return home alone, he shouldn't like that woman. Who gave you the guts to let her live there? Duke Xiu roared angrily. He kicked Mama He in the chest, and there was a terrible sound of internal organs bursting. Mother He's eyes rolled back and she immediately stopped breathing. Men, go to the snow-treading garden. Duke Xiu's entire body was wrapped in cold air. He glanced at Li Huali maliciously, and led a few attendants towards the snow-treading garden like the wind. Li Huali was so scared that she trembled. She had never seen the crown prince so angry before. In the dark, a large condor flew up and returned to the feathered condor garden. Congratulations, master. This time, Li Huali has suffered a big setback. Qing Chang's attendants were happy. What is there to congratulate? Let's go and take a look at the snow-treading garden. It seems that there is a need to meet the new princess. Qing Chang's expression wasn't very good. She was Duge Xiu's cousin. She had grown up with Duge Xiu since he was young. She thought that she knew this crown prince well, but she didn't know him well. When he abandoned Dong Wangxing at the entrance of the palace, it showed that he didn't care about that woman. However, he was so angry tonight, and it seemed that Qing Chang sensed that Dong Wangxing was very special to Duge Xiu. This woman might become the biggest obstacle to her becoming the empress of the later Qin dynasty. If she was sure of this, she would definitely take action to get rid of Dong Wangxing. Duge Xiu and the others quickly walked towards the snow-treading garden. If it wasn't for Yunxing, Duge Xiu would probably never come to a place like the snow-treading garden. Along the way, they didn't even see any illumination spells. Under the dim yellow light, the cold and desolate little courtyard seemed a little bleak. Duge Xiu couldn't help but stop. He felt a bit nervous. He regretted abandoning Yunxing in the morning. He pushed open the door and was about to enter the courtyard. Whoosh! A row of cold lights swept past. Duge Xiu's eyes narrowed. He nimbly jumped back and dodged the row of cold lights. He then took another step forward. Who knew that a green mist would suddenly spurt out? Just by looking at the color of the mist, one could tell that the mist was poisonous. Duge Xiu snorted. He waved his sleeves, and his sleeves swelled up. His duki was like a flood, cleanly swallowing the mist. Duge Xiu dodged quickly enough. However, one of the guards behind him wasn't so lucky. He was coincidentally hit by a hidden thorn. His face turned pale, and he lost consciousness. He then fell onto the ground. Dong Wangxing, what the hell are you doing? If it wasn't for the fact that the decorations in the courtyard didn't change much, Duge Xiu would have really doubted if he was still in the snow-treading garden. Ling, I already said that we need to move a bit. Also, the number of throat-sealing tree isn't enough, and the poison of the snake breath grass isn't enough. At the corner of the wall, two people were squatting down. Duge Xiu took a closer look. They were Yunxing and Dong Huangling. The two of them weren't surprised at Duge Xiu's intrusion at all. They were currently discussing the plants in the courtyard with great interest. When Yunxing entered the snow-treading garden, she already felt that this garden wasn't simple. It wasn't that the yin energy in this place was heavy. Yunxing had the elf hellfire. No matter how gloomy this place was, it wouldn't affect her at all. What made Yunxing surprised was that the plants in this place were very special. Later Qin's soil was barren, and most of the soil wasn't fertile. However, this snow-treading garden was different. Because many of the corpses of the crown prince's servants and concubines were buried here, the soil here was abnormally fertile. In addition, it was shady all year round. Thus, the plants that grew here had unknowingly mutated and became demonic plants. Among them, there was the throat-sealing tree. This kind of tree could shoot out blood thorns, and once it saw blood, it would cause people to fall into a deep coma. There was also a type of poisonous grass called the snake breath grass. Once it heard any movements, it would shoot out poisonous gas like a poisonous snake. If people didn't take precautions, they would easily fall into the trap. Not only that, Yunxing also placed all kinds of traps that she learned in Banana Leaf Village in the past in every corner of the snow-treading garden. In just one afternoon, the snow-treading garden changed from the most gloomy and eerie courtyard in the Crown Prince's residence to the courtyard with the most traps. Even when Duge Xiu entered, he didn't pay attention and almost fell into Yunxing's trap. "Oh, Your Highness, I'm really sorry. I forgot to place a signboard at the entrance. From today onwards, the Crown Prince is not allowed to enter. Women are not allowed to enter." Yunxing took a glance at Duguxiu. Seeing that Duguxiu's face was filled with anger, she was secretly delighted. "Duguxiu, don't think that just because you snatched away my summoning ring and sealed my soul, I won't be able to deal with you." Chapter 868. The Crown Prince is not allowed to enter, and women are not allowed to enter. Crown Prince Dugu's iron-blooded guards were all staring at each other. This future Crown Princess is too valiant, isn't she? Those women in the Crown Prince's residence, which one of them isn't like flies that saw a rotten egg, wanting nothing more than to nail the Crown Prince to death every day? But this future Crown Princess actually said that the Crown Prince is not allowed to get close to her. Duguxiu's handsome face was filled with the word stinky. "You dare? Who gave you the guts to do that? Immediately move to Yu Pavilion." Duguxiu was extremely angry. With a wave of his hand, a blood-sealing throat tree at the side was pulled out of the ground by his Duki. How is this a place for people to live? Could it be that if he wanted to see her again in the future, he would have to go to this damned place again? Duguxiu's roar could be heard from 1 li away. Just when Qingqiang walked into Trample's snow garden with her 2 maids, she heard the thunderous roar. A trace of astonishment flashed past her eyes. Cousin Dugu actually wants that woman to live in Yu Pavilion. How is this possible? Duguxiu likes peace and quiet, and there are only 2 maids in his courtyard. Normally, without Duguxiu's summons, other women are not allowed to enter Yu Pavilion. Not to mention spending the night, Duguxiu would always go to each of his concubines' courtyards alone and leave before the sun rises. This rule was something that even Madame Qi Bai couldn't change. But this woman called Dong Wangxing has just entered the residence, and her cousin Duguxiu wants her to move into Yu Pavilion. Qingqiang's heroic eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and she felt even more uneasy. She stopped outside the courtyard and looked at the mess on the ground and the unconscious guard. Her expression became even more gloomy. What if Dong Wangxing? Seems like I have underestimated this woman. Wait a moment, Crown Prince Dugu, you might not know about the customs of the East Imperial Dynasty. Before getting married, unmarried couples should try their best not to meet each other, and they can't live together. Otherwise, there will be a bloody disaster. Dong Huangling blocked in front of Yunxing. Duguxiu was at a loss for words. He really wanted to sweep Dong Huangling away. What kind of dog's head rule is this? Am I supposed to marry a woman that I can only look at but not eat for 3 months? Cousin Crown Prince, Qingqiang has also heard that the Donghuang dynasty has such a custom of marriage. The princess was new here, so she must not be used to it yet. Cousin Crown Prince, don't disturb the princess. A crisp female voice drifted in from outside the courtyard. A woman in red walked in. The woman was very good-looking. Compared to Tang Yuan and Li Huali, she had a different style. She was tall and voluptuous, and her beautiful eyes were full of charm. At first glance, one could tell that she had practiced martial arts. Yunxing didn't need to ask to know that this woman was Duguxiu's cousin, the other concubine of the Crown Prince's residence, Madame Qing. This woman came at the right time, but Yunxing didn't think that this person would be so kind as to help her. But no matter what, at least this woman's appearance helped her out. The Donghuang dynasty really has such a broken rule. Duguxiu's face was filled with disbelief. This time, he had seen it clearly. He shouldn't have developed any tender feelings for Yunxing, this naughty girl. To put it bluntly, even if he threw her into a pile of rocks, she would still be able to grow a towering tree full of vitality. It's better to believe it than not. Cousin Crown Prince, don't be anxious. The princess will marry into the family sooner or later. Qingqiang glanced at Yunsheng. Under the light, a trace of jealousy flashed past Qingqiang's eyes. It was still fine when she didn't see Yunsheng, but when she saw her, even her intestines were about to explode from jealousy. What a beauty with jade-like bones and ice-like skin. She had heard that the princess of the Donghuang dynasty was a beauty. But when she saw Dong Huangxing today, the word beautiful was far from enough to describe her. She had already changed out of her eye-catching fire wand dress and was now wearing a plain green robe. She didn't have any extra hairpins or accessories in her hair, only a simple white jade hairpin. Her bright eyes and red lips were a perfect match for her. There were many beautiful women in the Crown Prince's mansion, but only Dong Huangxing had the aura of a southern woman and the heroic spirit of a northern woman. Even in front of the imposing Duge Xiu, she still did things her own way. This boldness had already made Qingqiang very angry. But jealousy was one thing. Qingqiang thought about it again. No matter how beautiful a woman was, her youth was fleeting. In another 10 years, Dong Huangxing would still be a beauty past her prime. She didn't know magic or martial arts. Such a person, even if she had Duge Xiu's favor and could have a place in the Crown Prince's mansion, would never be able to have a place in the later Qin palace. She had already heard from her concubine that the later Qin emperor had set up a banquet to entertain Princess Donghuang 3 days later. This banquet was said to be a banquet, but in fact, it was for Duge Xing and Empress Qing to test their future daughter-in-law. As long as Dong Huangxing was humiliated in front of everyone, her cousin would definitely dislike her. Qingqiang secretly made up her mind. She decided to go to the palace tomorrow. Although he didn't believe Yunsheng's words at all, considering that Yunsheng was still waiting to get married, Duge Xiu didn't want to force her. Under Yunsheng's insistence, Duge Xiu could only give up the idea of letting Yunsheng move in with him. However, he still ordered many maids and guards to tidy up the snow-treading court overnight. According to the specifications of Yuyu Garden, he gave Yunsheng a set of everything. In just one night, everyone in the Crown Prince's mansion knew that the Crown Prince had kicked concubine Li's wet nurse, Nanny He, to death for the sake of the new Crown Princess. Concubine Li heard that she didn't sleep well the whole night and cried in Pear Flower Garden. Although Duge Xiu was temporarily stopped by the customs of the East Imperial Dynasty, there were so many guards outside the courtyard all of a sudden. It was impossible for her to do anything even if she wanted to. On the second day after Yunsheng moved into Takshu Garden, Madame Qi Bai, who had been missing for a long time, came to visit. Your Highness, I really deserve to be beaten. Yesterday afternoon, I rushed back to the mansion and was busy with a lot of work. I actually forgot to arrange a courtyard for your Highness. Madame Qi Bai was also a smart person. She was still fighting with Yunsheng just a while ago. Now that she came to visit, she acted as if they were sisters meeting. She even brought a lot of clothes and jewelry, saying that it was a meeting gift for Yunsheng. Seeing this, Dong Huangling was very disdainful. Did this woman come to visit or to show off? She wanted everyone to know that she was the one and only mistress of the Crown Prince's mansion. Although Qingqiang and Li Huali's status was higher than Madame Qi Bai's, in terms of real power, the two of them were still somewhat inferior to Madame Qi Bai's. Then, we'll have to trouble Madame Qi Bai. However, Ling and I have been here for a day and are bored out of our wits in the courtyard. We want to go out and take a look. Yunsheng smiled as she received Madame Qi Bai's gift. Chapter 869. Yunsheng didn't stand on ceremony and accepted all of them with a smile. After all, Duge Xiu had taken her summoning ring. Inside the beast language ring, there were still hundreds of millions of her assets and magical beasts. As for Madame Chi Bai, Yunxing still wanted to find out the solution to yearning for day and night from her. It was still necessary to cater to her on the surface. Your Highness wants to go shopping? That's fine. This servant also wants to buy some things for the estate. There's no harm in going shopping with your Highness. Madame Chi Bai smiled affectionately. Rather than accompanying, it was more like stalking. Madame Chi Bai's eyes darkened. Duge Xiu was furious after Li Huali caused a ruckus last night. He summoned her to Yu Xian that very night and reprimanded her. In other words, Yunxing was in the Crown Prince's estate and no one was allowed to have any ideas about Yunxing. However, Madame Chi Bai used the wrong method to kill with a borrowed knife this time. After leaving the Crown Prince's estate, Madame Chi Bai found 2 soft palanquins and the 3 of them headed towards the busiest street in Yangdu, Vermilion Bird Avenue. Due to Yunxing's request to stay on the street for a while, Madame Chi Bai sent away the palanquin bearers and only brought a maidservant to accompany Yunxing on a stroll on Vermilion Bird Avenue. Vermilion Bird Avenue was very spacious and lined with shops on both sides. Most of the people walking on the street were martial artists. However, later Qin's public security was very strict. Even on the streets, soldiers armed with sabers could often be seen patrolling. The 3 women's appearances were very outstanding and attracted many passers-by. However, many people clearly recognized Madame Chi Bai and were quiet on the way. No one came to disturb Yunxing and the others. What does your Highness want to see? Later Qin isn't like Dongdu and Zhou State. The products here are somewhat barren. However, soul stones, magical beast hides, and ores are very abundant. Madame Chi Bai found it strange when she saw Yunxing looking left and right but not entering a shop. I want to find a medicine shop and buy some medicinal herbs. Yunxing smiled. Your Highness also knows medical skills. Madame Chi Bai didn't know that Yunxing also knew medical skills. I know a little. Yunxing smiled but didn't say anything. Right now, she couldn't do anything. Later Qin, everyone would know martial arts. It would be fine if she stayed in the Crown Prince's residence all the time, but if she went out, she would be in a passive situation. Yunxing thought for a while and decided to prepare some herbs for herself, especially poisons and the like, just in case. Since that's the case, I still have some matters to attend to. Princess only needs to meet me at Tinya Building before sunset. Madame Chi Bai had been following Yunxing the whole way, but she didn't see anything strange about her. In any case, as long as Yunxing did not get rid of her longing, she would not be able to leave the Crown Prince's residence without permission. After Yunxing separated from Madame Chi Bai and confirmed that no one was following them, she turned into an alley. Dong Huanglinger took out 2 bamboo hats, and after the 2 of them covered their faces, they walked out of the alley. The 2 of them went straight to the biggest pawn shop on Vermilion Bird Street. After entering the pawn shop, Yunxing took out all of the gold and silver accessories that Duge Xiu had left for her. When the shopkeeper of the pawn shop saw the dazzling jewels, he was dazzled. While the shopkeeper of the pawn shop was counting the jewels, he sized up the 2 of them suspiciously. From the way these 2 ladies acted and talked, they seemed to be from a wealthy family. These jewels couldn't have been stolen from somewhere. After using the jewels that Duge Xiu gave her, Yunxing obtained a limitless gold card with 120,000 gold coins in it and walked out of the pawn shop. Yunxing, are you really not going to use this chance to escape? Seeing that there was no one around, Dong Huanglinger asked in a low voice. No matter where I escape to, I will still be caught. For the past few days, Yunxing had been researching here and there. However, she was still unable to find any clues. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger went to a few medicine shops and bought some medicinal herbs. Yunxing also asked around about the limitless gold card. However, in the medicine shops in later Qin City, not a single person had heard of the limitless gold card. When the two of them arrived in front of a weapon shop, Yunxing could hear the sounds of hammering coming from inside the shop. Then, she indicated for Dong Huang Linger to go in and take a look. Linger, right now, the two of us don't have any magic on us. We need to think of a way to defend ourselves. You go and choose a weapon, and I will also choose a suitable weapon to defend myself. The weapon shop that Yunxing and Dong Huang Linger entered was the biggest weapon shop in Later Qin City. This weapon shop was very unique. It was divided into two parts, the inner part and the outer part. The inner part was used for forging. When standing outside, one would be able to hear the sounds of hammering. The outer part of the weapon shop was divided into many rows. There were armors, weapons, ores, and so on. In Later Qin City, martial artists liked to use all kinds of weapons. Even when women went out, they would also secretly carry some self-defense weapons with them. Therefore, the business of this weapon shop was very good. Yunxing and Dong Huang Linger both liked to carry some small concealed weapons with them. These concealed weapons, if they were to carry some poison on them, they would become good self-defense weapons. After looking around, Dong Huang Linger chose a small and exquisite golden snake waist whip. The braid on the waist was very intricate, and when the braid was wrapped around the waist, it looked just like a belt. Yunxing, on the other hand, didn't manage to find a suitable weapon. Feeling somewhat resentful, she prepared to leave the weapon shop. Ladies, did you not find a suitable weapon? Seeing that Yunxing didn't buy any weapons, a manager of the weapon shop walked up to them. Although the two customers used bamboo hats to cover their appearances, one could tell that the two of them weren't ordinary people. Big brother, to tell you the truth, I want to find a bow. Unfortunately, the bows here are all too big. Yunxing curled her lips. The people of Later Qin City were all tall and sturdy, just like the people of the north. Even the weapons that they forged were mostly the same. Just the Golden Fury bow alone weighed more than 50 kilograms. If it was her, she would still be able to fuse with the monster strength egg. But right now, she didn't have the beast language ring with her. With such a bow, wouldn't it be too heavy for her? Lady, please wait a moment. How about this? If Lady is able to pay 500 gold coins for the entrance fee, there will be an auction in Big Dipper Martial Hall in a while. Lady might be able to buy a suitable weapon from the auction. From the manager, Yunxing found out that this weapon shop was actually opened by the number 1 Big Dipper Martial Hall in Later Qin City. The weapons sold here weren't the best. Every 10 days, Big Dipper Martial Hall would hold an auction. At that auction, a lot of rare weapons would appear. Not only weapons, but some rare combat skills would also appear at the Big Dipper auction. In order to enter the Big Dipper auction, regardless of whether one was able to buy a suitable item at the auction, one would have to pay 500 gold coins for the entrance fee. Yunxing pondered for a moment. Seeing that it was still early and she had already bought all the medicinal herbs, she might as well go to the Big Dipper auction to take a look. Perhaps she might be able to buy something good. The two of them paid the gold coins at the manager and received 2 tickets for the auction. According to the manager's instructions, the auction would be held in Big Dipper Martial Hall. They only needed to go out and walk to the end of Vermilion Bird Avenue.